motion?
Second by Sophia.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 6-0. Please silence your cell phones. Closed session report out. Tonight in closed session, the board discussed public employee discipline, dismissal, release, evaluation, mid-year superintendent's evaluation update, Government Code Section 54957, conference with labor negotiator, update on negotiations with ABCFT, ABCFME, and CSEA, Government Code 54957.6. Tonight, the Pledge of Allegiance will be led by students from Kennedy Elementary School, who are accompanied by their principal, Mr. Robert Benko.
It's turned on.
Should we stand?
Yeah, well, the mic's not on.
Good evening, Board President Nashi, ABC School Board members, and ABC Cabinet members. My name is Aurelie Granillo, and we are all members of Kennedy STEM Academy Student Council. We would like to begin by saying the Pledge of Allegiance. Please stand. Place your right hand over your heart. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, liberty and justice for all. You may be seated.
Hi, my name is Emma Chrysler. To honor Lunar New Year, we had a special assembly led by Mr. Charles Lee and the JC Foundation. Here are some of the things we learned. Lunar New Year is on a 12-year cycle, and this year is the year of the snake. We all made special art projects to celebrate. Cleaning is an important part of the new year because it cleanses the bad luck out. Red is important for the celebration of the new year. Red lanterns are hung outside doors, red cutout papers cover walls, and gifts of money are given in red envelopes. We really learned a lot about Lunar New Year during this assembly, and it led to some wonderful writing projects, discussions, and art throughout our whole school.
Hi, my name is Manrat Singh. Each week, each class gets to participate in our STEM lab. Mr. R, our STEM lab teacher, challenges us with hands-on experiments. One week, we were given the challenge to create a wind-powered car with any of the supplies available in our STEM lab classroom. Here, all students have the opportunity to be creative and apply personalized learning to existing concepts or even create our own inventions. STEM lab has definitely made a difference in our science education.
Hi, I'm Giselle Garcia, and I'm going to tell you another great thing about Kennedy. We have special classes that are offered before or after school and are actually taught by our own teachers. This is our AIM program, and it includes classes like morning fitness, rocketry, sports club, drama, dance, cheerleading, logo club, and track. Our AIM classes are offered free or just minimal cost for materials. We love spending extra time with our teachers and learning new things. Last week, our school celebrated the Great Kindness Challenge. Each day, we had a special theme and dress up day. So, like kindness ties us together, and we wore ties or bows. So the council sold special kindness grams that were delivered to our friends, and we raised $510 that will be donated to Eastwood Ranch Foundation, who is currently housing many lost or hurt animals from recent fires in California. Finally, each class created a kindness chain of good deeds, and we combined them all together. Look how many kind deeds Kennedy students has completed.
Hi, my name is Eva Olivares. We would like to thank you for this opportunity to share about our school, Kennedy STEM Academy. With us tonight, we have Mr. Benko, our school president. Again, we will thank you and hope you have a great evening.
Do we have any board comment?
Thank you, Kennedy students, for showing up and being here to lead us in the pledge. I loved hearing about all the activities that you currently have at your school. Thank you, and Happy Lunar New Year to you all. Thank you for acknowledging that. Also, I'm very happy to hear about the after-school activities that you have, that your teachers and your staff are helping coordinate that effort, because I know it's important to have those extracurriculars, especially after a hard day's work at school. Last month, Board Member Mendoza offered stickers to the presenters. Today, I would like to offer you bookmarks that I have to commemorate your time here at the meeting. Thank you for presenting. Thank you for participating. If I could have one representative come up, and I'll hand you the envelope with the bookmarks. I hope you guys enjoy reading, and they're motivational bookmarks. They have nice phrases on them, so hopefully you guys feel inspired today. Thank you.
So, can you bring the chain back here?
Okay, guys. The chain of kindness.
Oh, we have a board member, Sophia say, but I'd like for all of us to hold this chain together with you, because we're linked together, right? The board and the students. So as kind of like a symbolic thing, if we could just give us all a chance to hold it with you. Go all the way to the end.
Kids, hold it. Help us hold it. Wow. You guys can hold it. Here's right.
All right.
Yeah, just help hold.
Find a spot.
Let's take a picture. Yeah. That was very cool. This is very cool.
Thank you. Play.
Be careful. Good job, Shannon. Good job. Good job.
We have board members say would like to ask a few questions, and I'll have a couple comments as well.
No, I just want to mention a little bit about to the audience here. The Random Acts of Kindness Week in 2025 is from February the 14th to the 20th. And it's time to spread positive and show others how much they are valued, and you are to show us how much you're valued. I want to thank you for your hard work for make us so, thank you. And I went to the office today, to our district office. I go around the room to room. I said to staff, thank you for your kindness, and thank you for you folks that's here. You know, we value each other's, and that's what about the life. Thank you.
Okay, Vice President Noyola.
I just also wanted to thank you guys for coming out and just, inspiring us to be kind to one another, especially in today's day. We need to, spread kindness wherever we can, and hopefully everybody here in attendance just remembers to be kind to each other. And thank you guys for coming out. Thank you guys for sharing everything you're doing at Kennedy. You guys are doing an amazing job as sixth grade leaders. Keep it up. Thank you.
That's right.
So this is my chance. So do you guys remember I was there today, this morning? I was coming by, and I was talking to a parent that doesn't even have a student there. But she's going to show up to the foundation meeting and the meetings that you guys have. I mean, we have a school that parents, even after the kids have graduated and gone on to other things, they still are part of the school. They're still an integral part of the events and things like that. The JC Foundation, community groups, teachers that are volunteering, doing the extra work, and that's what really makes this school special. The parents in the background, can you please stand? Unless these kids drove themselves.
No. Hope not.
Oh, and thank you. Because it is the teachers, it's the community, the JC Foundation, and it is the parents, your parents, that are investing in you to make your school one of our bright and shining places. So thank you so much for your leadership. I know we're going to do some great things with this school particularly. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. All right. Okay. Say bye, everyone.
As we are a school district, we will now have a presentation on Spotlight on Teaching and Learning. Right? And that will be honoring Black History Month presentation, Dr. Carol Castro.
Thank you, Board President, Mr. Nishii. I'm happy to again introduce our equity officer and our students. As part of our LCAP actions, we want to make sure we continue to affirm the great diversity of ABC Unified, and that includes honoring our Black History Month and our Black students and families in ABC. So without further ado, I'm going to hand it over to Mr. Watson, who will give you an overview of this month's contest, the focus areas, and then the students will be providing a presentation on the impact of Black history on their lives.
Yes. Good evening. Good evening. Good evening, Board President Nishii, Vice President Noyola, Board Clerk Yokoyama Bui, Board Member Rios, Board Member Mendoza is not here tonight, Board Member Say, Board Member Yu, Dr. Zietlow, and members of the community. It gives me great pleasure to be here tonight to present on Black History Month in our district. My name is Blaine Watson, Equity Officer. Tonight, as we talk about Black History Month, you'll hear me refer to Black History Month and use a term called Black Excellence. And just to define what this term is, Black Excellence is a term that refers to a high level of achievement in the Black community, success, and the ability demonstrated by individual Black people and also the community. The term is sometimes used to refer to the disproportionately high levels of work that Black people must do and the abilities that they must have to achieve, right, for the same success as people who are not Black. So you'll hear me reference Black achievement or Black excellence tonight. So we're here to talk about Black History Month, and I'm really excited for this year's theme. The national theme for Black History Month is African Americans and Labor. This theme actually comes from the Association for the Study of African American Life and History. And I want to quote the organization's webpage when they talk about the theme for this year. The theme of 2025 is African Americans and Labor. It focuses on the various and profound ways that work and working of all kinds, free and unfree, skilled and unskilled, vocational and voluntary, intersect with the collective experiences of Black people. Very, very proud of that theme for this year. And also it's important to note that the mission of this organization is to disseminate, right, Black culture all over the world, not just the United States of America. So I have a lot of pride in what I'm presenting tonight, and the students, you'll see their pride when they present on Black excellence tonight. So as we move forward, it's important for us to recognize the demographics and the diversity of our district. When we talk about our Black or African American population, about just under 7% of our student body identifies as Black and or African American. But I'd be remiss if we don't mention our two or more race population. And many of those students also identify as Black or have Black ancestry, which is just about 8%. Right? So there's a lot of diversity in our Black community, and you'll see that diversity in the faces we're going to present following my short introduction. Following our theme for Black History Month in ABC Unified School District, it's also important to recognize the labor, the work, the voluntary work of our Black Family Circle, who happens to be our parent advisory committee in the Black community. These ladies who volunteer their time to meet with me on a monthly, sometimes weekly basis to discuss issues related to Black students in the Black community, advocating for the rights of the Black community, parents specifically, but also never forgetting about the needs of students, are extremely passionate. And I'm really happy that we've given our PAC, our Parent Advisory Committee, a platform to do this work in our district. Just to highlight something that has been happening this year, we've had 3 Black Family Circle community general body meetings this year. And the feedback we've received from this year from our participants, anywhere, hundreds of parents who've showed up to our meetings and participated with us, also district directors, board members who've been here to support as well. Almost 80% of the participants have rated their experience in our Black Family Circle meetings with an excellent, right? Score of a 5. Right? And so I think that's extremely important to note in terms of the quality of work that the Black Family Circle is providing in terms of providing this platform for recommendations, right, on what we can do to better support our Black students in the district. What's next with the Black Family Circle? And I definitely want to recognize before we move on, Board President Nishi and Board Member Leti Mendoza joined us at our last meeting. You'll see some images of them here. We had a very powerful conversation on the power of words. And that was a very fruitful conversation with some very healthy recommendations on what we can do to create more, a higher sense of belonging for Black students in our district. But what's next? We actually have February 20th, right? In about 2.5 weeks, we have an event at Cabrillo Lane, our adult school in the auditorium. We're going to be honoring and recognizing ABC's Black educators. Really excited about having all of our Black educators certificated and classified come together and be recognized, right, in and by their community. We have several members of the district who are already RSVP to show up. Hope to see you there. Also, we have another, as per the recommendations from the Black Family Circle, we have an event, our general body meeting, April 10th, and we're going to be working with our mental health professionals to provide a conversation, right, on what are the challenges and how do we address the stigmas of mental health in the Black community. And so that will be a very healthy conversation with the Black Family Circle to talk about how we can better appropriate resources for our Black families and students regarding mental health. And also want to highlight some of the work that has been led by the Academic Services Department. Dr. Carol Castro has been, I think, stewarding this work and done an excellent job of helping us lead this idea of the empathy interview. And we've been leading empathy interviews with our Black families. Actually attended one last night with Dr. Castro at Palms Elementary, in which we're talking with parents about the experiences that they're having. We know that quantitative numbers data is really important when we're thinking about achievement and supports for families and students, but we miss the story when we don't actually sit down and talk with people about their experiences and hear what's really happening presently, right, historically, because we have a lot of generational families in the district. And so it's important for us to listen, right, provide that platform for them to talk to us about their experiences. 2 of the students behind me, we're going to talk to you in a second, actually have participated in our student empathy interviews. And so we've actually hosted an empathy interview at each one of our high schools to talk with Black students about their experiences as well. And the data that we're collecting from those conversations are powerful in terms of what we can think about doing differently to provide higher levels of sense of belonging, stronger climates for our students at our schools. So really proud of the work that we're doing. Thank you, Dr. Castro, for providing this opportunity to learn more from our Black families, both from students and also from parents. Well, the most important part of this presentation is our students. And I have the privilege and the honor to introduce, or I'm not actually going to introduce them, they're going to introduce themselves, but we have 3 powerful individuals who are going to talk to you about what Black excellence means to them. And we're going to start off with, he'll introduce himself, and you'll see their slides on the screen as they're talking, and you'll notice that one is going to be out of order because I'm going to reorder it for us, so please don't mind the order on your packet because we changed it up a little bit if you don't mind. Well, without further ado, Damari.
Good evening, ABC Board President Nishi, Superintendent Dr. Zietlow, distinguished board members, and ABCUSD community. My name is Damari Lawrence, and I'm very excited to be here to share a little bit about what Black History Month means to me. First, to give you a little background on me, I am currently a sophomore at Cerritos High School. I've been a member of our Black Student Union, or BSU as we commonly refer to it, for 2 years, and I am now proudly serving as a sophomore class representative. In addition to BSU, I am a member of our football team and a delegate with our Model UN program. Outside of school, I am an explorer with the Los Angeles Sheriff's Department and the Department of Homeland Security. To me, Black excellence is all about resilience, creativity, and making an impact. When I think about everything Black people have accomplished, from breaking barriers in politics and science to shaping art, music, and culture, it's not just inspiring, it's empowering. It is a reminder that no matter what challenges we face, we have the strength to overcome them and leave a greater legacy for generations to come. But what makes celebrating Black culture and heritage so important? It isn't just about honoring the past, it's about giving us, especially students, the space to feel seen, valued, and heard. It's about recognizing that our stories matter and that diversity is what makes our schools and our world better. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to speak and for creating a space where we can celebrate Black excellence together. Let's continue to honor the past while building a future where everyone's voice is included. Thank you.
Good evening, distinguished board members. My name is Ariana Gravelli. I am 16 years old and I'm a junior at Tracy High School. I'm also a hairstylist, and I'm going to talk to you about why I feel African American in labor is important to me. I am a Black businesswoman. Since I was a young girl, I always knew I wanted to have my own business. On my journey, I've gone through multiple attempts at starting small businesses, until being a hairstylist became my passion. I am here tonight to talk about the contributions of African Americans and the big impact they have had on me. Madam C.J. Walker is a huge inspiration to me. She was the first self-made millionaire in the United States. Most importantly, she was a Black woman. Despite all of the adversity she faced, she found success and freedom during a time in the early 1900s when women and Black people didn't have very many rights. But to me, her biggest accomplishment is the fact she had a successful business in beauty care, laying the foundation for the service I provide for my clients. I believe being a hairstylist is not just about making money. There are so many benefits in serving Black women and women in general in beauty care. To name a couple that are important to me, first, women feel extremely beautiful when they get their hair done. Also, it is important to note Black women express themselves culturally when they get their hair done. For example, braids, ponytails, weaves, and wigs are all ways that Black women might express themselves culturally with their hair. As a passionate young Black woman in the beauty industry, being a hairstylist is important to me to not only show my success, but to share it as well. I am a young Black businesswoman. It is important for ABC to create a space for more Black students to know their success and feel empowered. Just like Madam C.J. Walker, I will be the next Black woman to leave an everlasting legacy in the beauty industry. Thank you.
Good evening, distinguished board. My name is Chinamaram Nzagu, and I'm currently a sophomore at Whitney High School. A little bit about myself: I attended Gonzalez Elementary starting in 3rd grade, and I've been attending Whitney High School since 7th grade. Additionally, I currently serve as co-president of my school's Black Student Union, Young Black Scholars, and this month we are eagerly preparing for a plethora of events to celebrate Black excellence and African American history and culture. As a student, I appreciate the district's diversity and efforts made to create spaces for students of various ethnicities. Having grown alongside my peers for over 7 years in this community, I have been exposed to countless cultures and customs as my peers have been exposed to mine. Despite these positive initiatives in the district and local area, I have witnessed inconsistent treatment and disrespect toward Black students based on race. It is in my opinion that these behaviors largely stem from ignorance rooted in the exclusion of our history and contributions, perpetuating microaggressions, negative stereotypes, and indifference. These issues, however, are not the end of the narrative for our Afro-American students. Our resilience is evident in the formation of student-led BSUs dedicated to cultivating environments to promote Black excellence in all its forms via thought-provoking general meetings, activities, supplemental programs, and scholarship opportunities, and more initiatives like clear policies and consequences for discriminatory behavior, allyship, comprehensive inclusion of Black curricula, and overall commitment to combating disrespect and indifference will only fortify our efforts. I would like to extend a special thank you to all the administrative staff who have made these programs possible for us, as well as the district, which has also supported our cause. And with this, I urge you all to work, not for, but alongside our Black and African American students and leaders in this district to foster a community of respect for all students, regardless of their backgrounds. Thank you.
So, the future is extremely bright. We can see that. Really proud of our student leaders. We want to end tonight's presentation with just an invitation to all of our middle and high school students. Tonight marks an invitation to participate in our Black History Month, 2025 Black History Month Visual and Performing Arts Contest. Board members, you all have a copy of the poster. The poster is actually located over here, so anyone tonight wants to take your phone and use a QR code, you can learn more about the contest. But really, we were giving an opportunity to students to express themselves artistically and talk about what Black excellence means to them. And so the deadline for submission for this this VAPA piece, right, will be February 26th, and we hope to recognize them thereafter at one of our upcoming board meetings. I want to give a quick shout out to Mr. Scott Smith and also members of the ABC Education Foundation for the donation, right? There's a scholarship associated with the first, second, and third place prizes. First place receives $100, yay. Second place $50, and third place $25. So really excited about this opportunity for our students and the ongoing partnership with the ABC Education Foundation. And thank you for tonight. This is a wonderful opportunity to showcase the wonderful work our students are doing and Black excellence in our district. Thank you.
Can we open up for board comment? Board Clerk Bowie.
Wow, thank you so much. I'm so honored to sit here and listen to you all speak. Mr. Watson, thank you for being here, and thank you for introducing these young individuals to us. Black excellence is here. I mean, just in general, ABC student excellence. You are our top cream of the crop for what we have. And I'm moved. So thank you so much for coming here. You are seen by us, you are heard. So thank you.
Thank you. Board Member Yu.
Thank you, President Nishi. Damari Lawrence, that's very, very impressive. And thank you for dressing up. And just, I saw a future leader. Just your speech, your presentation style, and your confidence. It was very, very, very impressed. I was very impressed and very, very proud that you represent ABC. Yeah, and good luck on your business. To Ariana Gravely, yeah, and Shinemura Nugu. Zagu, yeah. Thank you all for coming. We really enjoyed your speech and your presentations and pride in your heritage. Thank you.
Thank you. Board Member Rios. Dr. Rios.
Thank you, Mr. President. As always, Mr. Blaine, you know that I enjoy these presentations because our goal of establishing the position of equity officer was, among other things, to elevate the voices of the students in our district and to celebrate the diversity. Thank you. You guys did a great job. Happy to celebrate Black history. Happy to be part of a district that, again, celebrates it. And I know that we've talked about data because I'm very curious to see, like, are we doing a good job in, is changing the narrative of celebrating diversity, translating into outcomes. Ultimately, we want all of our students to be successful in their academics. And we know that part of that is that sense of belonging at our schools, that sense of feeling acknowledged, of seen, of being heard, of being respected, goes a long way in seeing our students be successful. So I'm happy to have this conversation. I'm happy that it's, hopefully it's not just happening in this boardroom, but that it's also happening in our schools, in our staff lounges, in our professional development, et cetera. But again, thank you for doing such a good job today and for being here tonight.
Thank you. Board Member Tse.
I just wonder, is this a post on the website of our school?
It will be.
It will be, so kids can scan the barcode and then submit the, okay, great, thank you.
And schools received a copy of the poster as well.
Okay, good, thank you.
So this is my turn. So we talk about theory and actuality, right? I think over 5 years ago, Dr. Rios spearheaded having an equity officer position. One of the first new positions that, not everybody had it, and we all voted as a board together to have this great position. The theory is that people who are comfortable in their skin, who know their culture, they know their past, will do better academically. And I think the results are going to bear out the actuality that academically the gap is narrowing. Is that correct?
In terms of data,
In terms of data.
I'll let Dr. Castro respond.
Dr. Castro.
Yes, I provided some of that in our board updates, but based on our California dashboard, you can see that in terms of data for our Black and African American students, we've seen an improvement in chronic absenteeism rates. In our local benchmark screeners, we've seen an increase by 3% in English language arts for the African American group, 8% for math. We've seen advanced placement enrollment, which is another way that we measure whether or not we're providing access to students, increase for African American students from last year to this year. And we're also seeing that the majority of those students who are taking an AP class are passing with a score of 3 or higher. By 64% are passing. Now, is there still a gap? Yes, and there's still more work to be done, of course, but we're happy to see that the numbers are moving in the right direction, and we are going to continue to work together to try to see what other ways that we can improve these outcomes.
And that's what this is about. This is about you getting your dream because you know your culture, you're confident in what you're doing, and the results will speak for themselves. Someday you're going to be the leaders of our country, and I'm hoping that it doesn't, it's a great, I got to attend. They're more about not just, it's feel good, but it's also about being results oriented. That's what I really care about, right? And so I'm hoping that everybody gets a copy. Can we zoom in on this flyer? Anybody? No? Okay. But everybody should go on the webpage, look for this thing, and come on, what day is it? February 20th to honor the educators and April? Go to our website, parents. We need more of you to be there. We need all of you to be there so that the kids, your kids, know that you're interested in their education. I know it's really busy, it's tough, but your kids are worth it. And I want to make it that there's no academic difference between anybody. We can all reach our dreams, and that's what we're doing here. That's all. Thank you so much for your presentation. Before we move on too far, I wanted to just notice that Joe Pack from Quirk Silva's office here, so I wanted to make sure we give a shout out there. And also former president of the board, Armin Reyes, I think, is also in attendance. So thank you for coming and still participating and being part of our community.
Just a platformation for you, Joe Pack.
Okay. The next item we have is Day of Remembrance. Excuse me, Joe, do you have a presentation item?
Yeah, for the Black History Month.
Then it's relevant. Wait, guys, don't leave. Don't leave.
No, that's okay.
Oh, the president, we don't have no authority with this.
Is Dr. Moore here?
Huh?
Is Dr. Moore from the Gar High School?
Dr. Moore, please report to the front.
Well, my name is Joe Pack. I'm a senior field rep for Assembly Member Sharon Cook Silva, representing 67 Assembly District. For tonight's Black History Month, I did some research, and in California Assembly, there's Assembly concurrent resolution 136 by Chris Holden, Assemblyman representing Pasadena, and it has 43 whereas. And I could not put all the 43 in this small reso that I made. I only picked 8 of them, and to put 8 of them, it made the character font so small I cannot read. So anyway, it shows that the first 20-some African Americans from the Ivory Coast was captured by Portuguese and sold to in America as a slave in 1619. So this coming August, it's 406 years that African Americans been in the United States of America. That's a long time, longer than the Filipinos that I mentioned earlier, longer than Koreans, obviously, for 123. So at this time, I'd just like to present this to Dr. Moore, if I may.
Dr. Moore.
Thank you, Mr. Pack. The next item is Day of Remembrance. Dr. Carol Castro.
Thank you, Board President, Mr. Nishii. February is a busy month for us in academic services, as you can tell. One of the annual events that we help to host is the Day of Remembrance event that is spearheaded by our own board president. And rather than me providing a presentation about what we do and what that is, I thought it would be more applicable for you to see a video in which a student actually interviews Mr. Nishii and provides some important information. So without further ado, as we, yes, I'm sorry, Mr. Nishii, you're going to have to watch yourself on the screen. So we're going to play the video and provide you an overview of some of our Day of Remembrance activities.
Hi, my name is Gabriel Rios, and today I'm here with our school board vice president, Mr. Ernie Nishi, to talk briefly about the Day of Remembrance and ABC. Mr. Nishi, can you please tell us when is the Day of Remembrance and what we're remembering on that day?
Yeah, so, this next week on February 7th, you're going to have a great once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to meet the people who are in the camps, who are about your age, actually. We'll be able to talk to you about what it is and what it was like at that time. And hopefully, the main thing, I think, is that you learn about this history deeply in your heart, that these rights that we have aren't just they are just a piece of paper. Actually, that's all it is. A Bill of Rights is just a piece of paper. And that all those years ago during World War II, history is not just in the past. History is present right now. And so that's the unique opportunity that this school is going to get to actually see on February 7th.
This is such an important topic. Can you tell us about your personal and family connection to the incarceration of Japanese Americans in 1942?
So this is basically not just my story, but it's also a story of many different people that are going to be there. But I mean, specifically, my mom was incarcerated. My aunt was incarcerated. My whole family was incarcerated during World War II. They weren't allowed to fight for their country, and in fact, I'll show you a little picture here. So this is a picture of my family. This is my mom, who was about 4 or 5 years old at the time. My older aunt, my grandmother, my grandfather, and behind the barbed wire here is a little baby. And that little baby is my aunt, and she still survives. I got to read the letters of my mom and my grandmother, and just like just recently 5 years ago, we separated Mexican parents from their children. My grandfather was separated from his family, and again, the key thing is that they were American citizens, just like you and I and all of us here. But because of a war hysteria, because they were considered the enemy. And I don't see how a little baby like this could be the enemy, but they were considered the enemy. They were put behind in these other places.
That is such a powerful story. Can you tell us more about the Day of Remembrance events happening at our ABC schools where students can hear from survivors of this devastating time in our history?
So yeah, again, this is a valuable time. This is important. It's, you know, it's the past, but you'll get to see these people who were your age. You can ask them the questions. What was it like? What games did you have? How did you decide what you're going to do? What did mom and dad talk about? Were they open about all of these things? One of the issues that they had was, what were they going to pack in their suitcase, right? I mean, you can't take your dog. If you have all your games, your video games, your cell phones, they didn't have cell phones in those days, but whatever you held dear, you had to fit it in a suitcase. All in this. And some of the choices, the heartbreaking choices you have to make. You know, you can't take everything that you have there. And in fact, many people lost everything.
This sounds like an amazing chance to learn about our history from first-hand sources. Thank you for your efforts in bringing these resources to our schools. Do you have any final comments on your hopes for what students will gain from these events?
It is not just American history of the past, but it's also our future and the future that you build, right? We want people to empathize with old people, with young people, with people who are different. That's a main part of your education here in this institution. It's not just math, science. That's important.
Yeah.
Communication is important, but empathizing and being real to your fellow students. You need to be the one to stop violence, stop hate, and really build our future. That's the message I would hope that would come from this. This is what happened in the past. I am very strongly in the belief that we can learn from the past and build a better future, and that's you guys.
I don't think I have any more questions. Thank you, Mr. Nishi, for your time.
Thank you.
So again, thank you to Mr. Nishi and to the volunteers that come to present to our students every year. This year, the events will be held on Thursday, February 13th, Friday, February 14th, and Tuesday, February 18th at various school locations, and we will also be working with our 5th grade students via Zoom. We have provided the board with a flyer with a QR code so you could RSVP if you plan to attend, and we are excited for this opportunity. In regards to the general public, because this occurs during the school day, the event is not open to the general public as we have to follow by our school safety guidelines. But again, we will have a special event for our board members to attend if they so choose to, and RSVP.
Thank you, Dr. Castro. Thank you for letting me know that was going to happen too. The next up is Ignite Professional Learning on Technology. Mr. Mike Lawrence, Director of Information and Technology, our star here.
Thank you so much. President Nishii, Vice President Noyola, Clerk Yokoyama Bui, and the rest of the board, and my fellow members of the cabinet, and the broader ABC community. I really appreciate the opportunity to share what we built and what we've done at the event just recently. It was January 25th, held at Cerritos High School. This is the 10th year that ABC has had a tech symposium. This year we expanded and grew the event to its largest size in its 10-year history. We rebranded it and gave it the link to summer professional learning by calling it the winter professional learning so that it would better align with our LCAP goals. And we also expanded it to include outside attendees for the first time. We invited sponsors to come in the form of partners, and I've given you a little goodie bag so you got some pieces in there. On the flyer that's in there, you'll see the URL for the event. And it's our ABC Unified web address /Ignite. So if you see this one, it has the web address where all the resources are. I also printed out the schedule of the breakout sessions that we held, a map of the school that we used breakout rooms for. But I wanted to walk you through just some of the highlights from the event. So you can see we had a range of topics, and these are aligned clearly within our LCAP goals, broader than just your standard ed tech fare. You could see multilingual support, you could see universal design for learning, UDL, many other topics that we had. We again leveraged Cvent, the app, to manage the event, and that's why I've got the icon up there for that. We also broadened it to include our classified and administrator members of our staff, and had a strand for each and additional sessions. Many of them reported very positive feedback to the event for attending. As you can see, we had a broad range of topics in the 80 sessions, and they featured some outstanding keynote speakers, some thought leaders within the educational community, but most important, we had a number of ABC presenters that you can see listed out here on the slide. So they represent elementary school, middle school, and high school. Perhaps the ones I'm most proud of are the student speakers. We had 5 students share about how they were champions in the Congressional App Design Contest, the challenge. And we also had 4 Student Ignite speakers on the main stage in front of adults with a huge audience having to present in a timed Ignite session, which is a 5-minute timed session, 20 seconds per slide, or sorry, 20 slides, 15 seconds per slide. It's a very difficult structure, but they presented and I thought did quite well. Key details for the event. Oh, and I would be remiss if I did not thank the amazing IT department that put the event on, along with the broader academic services team. I'd love them to stand if they're here, and I want to acknowledge, there he is. He's not standing. There they are. There. And Joe as well. And I also want to thank Drs. Francois and Valbuena and Castro for their leadership, as it was a broader academic services event. So. And you'll see on the photos here, there's a number of our ABC presenters that we featured on the main stage and in the breakout sessions as well. By the numbers, we had to close registration because we got to our maximum capacity. We had 401 attendees and 29 partners. What we call our Friends of ABC were representing 46 districts and universities from around Southern California. One came so far away as from Canada, so it was an international event. We were able to generate revenue. We also, as I mentioned before, had student speakers, and it was a cross-departmental event as well. We also took time to capture interviews while we were there, so you could see a couple of folks being interviewed. There's a picture of the student speakers. We had them all get up on stage and ask the parents to run over and take photos. Couldn't miss that photo opportunity. As a proud dad myself, I know that feeling. The main question I wanted to think about is how can we make this event extend beyond the one day, this fabulous day at Cerritos High School. And so the team has really put together an amazing resource called our EdTech Hub. And it's a place, we launched it in the fall, and it's a place where teachers, administrators, and classified staff can go to learn more about the resources and software solutions we have. They can request in-person training. They can get just-in-time training and through the videos and through other resources. And we also just today published a new page on the website that has all of the resources from the breakout sessions from the speakers. So they can go to see the slides and sometimes videos and other resources that were presented at the event. So our hope is that we would continue the learning. We would leverage the survey data to inform future professional development. And of course, we'll align that to our LCAP goals as we move about. Lastly, we did something really special. Our keynote speaker, Peter Reynolds, asked if we wanted to do something special the night before the event. So here's our keynote speaker. He's got to be up early and speak at 8 a.m. He offered to host a family creativity night. And so, yes, Clerk Yokoyama Bui, you came, and it was fantastic. He spoke with the students. He did a read aloud. He did a film festival. We had 8 stations. This was organized also by my team, who was busy planning this another event the next day, and they put this on just 12 hours before. We had over 150 people representing 45 families. We did back-to-back sessions after school on the Friday, January 24th. And what I'm most proud about this night is that every single family that came left with a book book signed by the author. They had a chance to talk to the author about creativity, what it means to him, what it means in their lives. It was a fabulous night, and I was thrilled to be able to provide it for our broader ABC community on the cusp of Ignite conference the next day. So a few more pictures from that day. I love the huge pencil in the hand of the student. And there's Peter on the left as he's moving about the room. So thank you for the opportunity to share. I was really pleased to have 2 board members joining, and I'm sorry we didn't get both board members in the photo, but we got a chance to get at least President Nishii in the photo. So thank you all for supporting the event, and we look forward to doing some more in the future.
Thank you. Next item is 2024-2025 Local Control Accountability Plan, LCAP Mid-Year Update Report with Dr. Carola Castro, Assistant Superintendent, Academic Services.
All right, thank you once again, President Nishii, for the introduction. Today, as required by our LA County Office of Education and our State Department, we are providing you a mid-year presentation update on the progress of our implementation of our local control accountability plan. But as we wait for the presentation to come on screen, I just want to acknowledge that this is an interdepartmental effort. There's a number of departments that are responsible for the LCAP. I help to oversee it, but again, in the audience this evening are the directors from those departments that include Dr. Ricardo Lois, Dr. Myra Lozano, Dr. Christine Balbuena, Dr. Soko Verduzco, Dr. Greg Francois, Mr. Mike Lawrence, not able to be here because they're at conferences this evening. It's Dr. Chavez and Dr. Ha. But as you can see, it takes a lot of work to put this massive document together and to provide the services at our school site. So I'd just like to acknowledge all those directors for the great amount of work that them, their departments, their teachers do in order to provide these services to our school sites. Before I start the presentation, just to make sure everyone has a little bit of background on the Local Control Accountability Plan, our state has 8 state priorities that they want to make sure that we focus in on. And those 8 state priorities are couched around 3 major areas: the conditions of learning, looking at student outcomes, and the engagement of students, families, and our school climate. So you'll see those represented in the actions and the services that we provide our schools. In addition to that, our local control accountability plan is tied to our dashboard data and is also the plan for how we're going to spend those supplemental concentration funds at our school sites. So on November 21st, the California dashboard data was released. Based on those data results from the 23-24 school year, we then did an analysis on how our students' groups were progressing in their outcomes. And as a reminder, the LCAP is specifically looking at how do we support and help our foster youth, our homeless students, our low-income students, and our English learner students. Now in ABC, because the percentage of students is higher than 55%, our actions can actually be applied to all students across all school sites, but the action should be written and intended to support those specific student groups. So I've provided you a new visual this year. I try to change it up for you year over year. And this visual is really to help us understand what the purpose of the LCAP is. On the left-hand side, you can see, if you will, crossing the street is kind of the symbolism for graduation, let's say. So in order for our students to be able to cross the street or to graduate, in the image on the left, you can see everybody has a different ability level, and the sidewalk maybe is something that the older gentleman cannot cross, the person in the wheelchair will have bigger challenges to cross. Not is the case for the child or the young adult. But for the LCAP, what the state is telling us is, regardless of whatever ability levels our students are at, we meet them where they're at and we provide supports so that they can cross the street. So you can see now this intersection where we have a ramp, we have the signals, the hand signals, we have the sounds so that anybody of any ability can hear when it's time to cross the street, and now everybody can cross the street, and ultimately in ABC that means we want them all to graduate. There's a timeline associated with our local control accountability plan. as I explained before, in November we received our results. We actually started doing our mid-year reviews already in December, and we've continued to work on it through January. In February, we provide this presentation, and we also provide information to our LCAP pack. We then have to write a draft and a reflection analysis on a report for the following year, and we'll have to provide that to LACO so that they can pre-approve it. That then allows me to bring forward to you in June a public hearing and an action item on the LCAP. And that timeline is really important because the approvals in June will allow us to receive funding for our school programs by July 1st. And of course, we want to start our school year with all the funding possible for our students. This is a reminder about the results of our California dashboard. Now, the dashboard is interesting because it is represented by colors, and it can be confusing what the colors actually represent. As I always say, green is good, blue is even better. Yellow means we're making progress, but we need to pay attention. So green most likely means that we made some improvements year over year. Yellow, that's the one that when you look at the metrics can be a little confusing. Yellow in our case means we're performing high, but we maintained or we declined a little bit. So it doesn't mean that we fell necessarily, but it's either or. Sometimes yellow means you're scoring low, but you improved. But that's not the case for us. For us, it's we're scoring high, but we maintained for this year. And so those are the areas that you see in this aspect of the presentation. And you'll see me talk about some updates in each of these areas. Some bright spots from our dashboard, we saw some major improvements in our graduation rates, suspension rates, and college and career indicator. And actually, college and career indicator, this is the first year we receive a color. So I'm happy to see that in our first go around with college and career indicator, we have the color of green, and that we're scoring at a 63% for that. However, the reality is we need to make some improvements. And we also look at what are the areas that we need to work on. And the state also requires us to look at any students that score in what we call the red. When students groups are in the red, that means that they're performing at a very low level and or they're also declining in their performance. So that is an area of concern. That's something we want to take a closer look at to see why do they continue to decline year over year and or why are they scoring so low in particular areas. So as you can see here in English Language Arts and Mathematics, foster youth and long-term English learners have been identified as being in the red for ABC Unified. For chronic absenteeism, foster youth and the group of Pacific Islanders has been identified to be in the red. And then for suspension rates, foster youth and homeless students are identified as being in the red. So as you can see, overall foster youth are struggling in our district. Now that could be for several reasons, but we are working closely with across departments to try to figure out what we can do to better help support our foster youth. And because this is the second year in a row that we have foster youth in the red, we are now in differentiated assistance with the county. And what that basically means is the county just provides technical support to help us make sure that we're continuing to have this be our focus and that we're adjusting our plans to really hone in on the supports for foster youth. Unfortunately, this doesn't come with more money. It just comes with more support from the county. And actually, tomorrow, Thursday and Friday, myself, Dr. Lozano, Dr. Ha, and other members of our team will be attending the Differentiated Assistance Conference in Pasadena with LA County Office of Education. In front of you, you have this handout. This is a separate handout from your presentation, and there are two sides to this. You'll see me refer to this often. I just created this for you, and I provide this to our LCAP pack. It's a nice little bird's eye view of our progress. If you will, it's kind of like our progress report as to where we're at. The green check marks means we are actively implementing these areas. The yellow kind of circular means we've implemented them. However, we need some work to do in those areas, or we are about to implement some of those practices. So again, that's just reminding you what the symbolism is. So now, part of the requirements is that I have to go through every single goal. So we're going to go through 5 goals, and I'm going to give you some highlights on some of the actions that we've looked at. You can see here that overall for our highlighted actions, we have actively implemented the majority. And we're going to talk a little bit more about what's happening with literacy labs and writing centers. But let's look at the data first. First of all, you can see from our universal screeners that our students are scoring at a good rate. We see elementary ELA universal at 62.7%, math at 58.2%, and then you can see the numbers there for secondary. On the bottom, we've color-coded similar to the colors the state would provide. Green meaning they either maintained or increased, and then blue they increased by a significant number. And so you can see across the board, we're seeing growth from our local metrics. Those are the assessments that we give at the school sites. And again, these percentages of students who are meeting and exceeding the standards. However, let's take a closer look. Now, I did not provide you every single grade level because I just wanted to give you a quick snapshot of what's happening with elementary, middle, and high school. So if we take a closer look at ELA, you can see that we see some slight improvements and even some maintenance in elementary, but then we start to see a little decline in secondary. And that is a little concerning to us to see that, for example, in 9th grade, there was a 2 percentage point drop between the first benchmark and then the second benchmark. Our goal, of course, is always to show improvements and increasing in those areas. The next thing that we do is we ask ourselves the question, well, what about our student groups that we know we need to focus on? So here we have the data disaggregated by those groups. We have our long-term English learners on the left and our foster youth on the right. Now, the good thing is I can see improvements for long-term English learners from the first to the second benchmark. But if you recall from the previous slide, the percentages are very different, right? So if you see on this side, in 6th grade, you can see 63% of our students are meeting or exceeding. But you go back to this slide, and in 6th grade, it's 7%. So that's a big gap. So we still have a lot of work to do with our long-term English learners, although we see an improvement. For foster youth, same thing as well. We can see that there's been steep declines. Some of that, as we looked at the numbers, is that foster youth sometimes is a very transient population. They're here with us for a short time, then they leave, and then they come back. And so that may be impacting our scores. But foster youth have a lot of social, emotional, a lot of outside factors that are affecting them. And so we still need to make sure we do the critical work to help support them in ELA and math when they are with us, and we need to take a closer look at that. And then, of course, another way that we look at our data is then we compare year to year, right? So the previous ones, we were comparing the same students in the same school year. Here, we're comparing prior years. So interestingly enough, now it looks a little different. Now when I look at it year over year, 8th grade and 9th grade doesn't look so bad, right? Because they actually are scoring higher this year than they were in the past. But I see that 3rd grade is scoring 4% lower than the 3rd graders from last year did. So it's another area for us to take a closer look at and to pay some attention to and adjust our actions now and not wait till the end of the year. So remember that we talked about in literacy labs that we were kind of revisit that and look at that. All that was in yellow because we saw the scores. We see that there's areas that we need to improve. And so here are some ways that we're going to make some adjustments and some improvements. So we do want to provide some additional supports for 3rd grade students because as I mentioned, we saw a decline from years prior to this year. We especially want to look at some progress monitoring and intervention support for our ELs and foster youth. We want to make sure they're receiving the right amount of dosage of intervention supports after school and during the school day. We have also been training the intervention teachers that are at all the elementary schools on student-centered coaching and how to better not only support students in the classroom, but to support our teachers. Our intervention teachers are paid with the Learning Recovery Emergency Block Grant monies, and that's been a service that we are hoping to continue, but important when we provide this service is also to train our teachers so that our teachers are equipped to support students long after the intervention teacher is there or not at any point in the classroom, and that's really our goal. We also are looking at early education because the earlier that we expose students to literature, to vocabulary, to book materials, right, that exposure is critical. And so we're really looking at what's happening with pre-K and TK and working across lines from preschool to TK and kindergarten to provide some training around structured literacy. Secondary, it's a little different. Secondary, what we are looking at is to adjust our supports with writing. One of the goals was to provide a writing center, and so we've seen that some of our schools have been very successful. If you recall, earlier in the year, Gar High School did a great presentation where they have a well-established writing center that is busy with students every day. That is not the same case for every single school site. And so we are going to adjust our focus. For example, at Artesia High School, which has a higher population of long-term English learners and foster youth, we're going to adjust by making sure we're providing during the day supports for our teachers around writing, because the students were not staying after school for the writing center. We weren't seeing that same kind of outcome that we were seeing at GAR. And so we need to meet the needs of that population, and with working alongside the principal, Sergio Garcia, we're going to make some adjustments and provide some professional learning, as well as looking to provide professional learning for our 8th grade language arts teachers around writing. This is the same information, but now for math. That's why you see a different color in green. You can see that we see some improvements in our math benchmarks in 3rd and 6th grade. And again, in the secondary, you see a little bit of a flat line, some decreases from the 1st to the 2nd. Here again, you see the disaggregated data from long-term English learners and foster youth. Interestingly enough, for long-term English learners in the 9th grade, they've improved. We've shown some great improvements in 9th grade, but not so much in 6th grade and 8th grade. So we're taking a closer look at that, as well as the supports for our foster youth. When we look again at the comparison year over year, here we see that this year's students, comparatively to prior years, are performing better. And so that's a hopeful sign to us that some of the actions that we're putting into place, particularly around math fluency, are working. Highlights to date, we have 3 middle school coaches along with our teacher on special assignment at the district office that works particularly with our middle schools and our elementary feeders. The importance of that is that we have been struggling to really think about how do we provide support for fluency with students. Back in the day, I'm sure you remember, we used to have to memorize our times tables. But fluency is different than just memorizing your times tables. Fluency is actually being able to make sense of numbers and apply numbers in different scenarios in different ways. And so that takes a little bit of different type of practice. And so we've put platforms into place. We've had discussions with teachers. We've tried to model lessons. And we've tried to really think about how do we monitor the participation of our students in those math interventions. So as soon as a student is struggling, we identify them and we ask them to come to tutoring, and we make sure that they show up. That's the key to making sure that they get the help that they need at the time that they need it. Now we're going to talk about the English Learner Services, and here's a snapshot of the various forms of data that we've looked at. One area I'd like to highlight is our English learner reclassification rate. Currently, just at the mid-year, it's at 12%, which is already a 6% increase from last year. So that's a hopeful sign. The more students that we reclassify, the fewer long-term English learners we will have. And when we provide opportunities to reclassify to our students, that means that in middle school and high school, those students are then able to take part in CTE electives, athletics, choir, band, VAPA, and so that's an important aspect of growing up and figuring out what they want to do for college and career, and so that's why we encourage that. One of the ways that we've been trying to support our long-term English learners is by providing a STEAM-based Saturday school program, and this is for Amplify, which stands for Accelerating Multilingual Proficiency and Literacy for Youth. We've had a total of 5 Saturdays that we've been working with students with a high positive feedback rate. Part of our reassessment of the program is to make sure that we are continuing to embed writing practice. As you saw earlier, we need to do more with writing, especially with our older students. And so that's part of what we're going to embed, as well as these fun experiences around science, technology, arts, and math that we're providing on these Saturday school events. In addition, as I mentioned before, we have relooked at our reclassification criteria. Because we are able to adjust our criteria, we were able to help more students reclassify. We looked at surrounding districts. We did a study of all the reclassification rates around us of various districts, and we found that ours was the most stringent and highest. And so we did not think that that was fair to our students, that we were holding them to a completely different standard than most other districts. We chose to go with what we considered was a norm across the districts and adjusted our criteria accordingly. So that new reclassification criteria has been promoted and provided to all of our school sites, and that has helped us in achieving higher reclassification rates. We are also working with our curriculum departments to provide professional learning for our teachers and our administrators around the roadmap. California has a very specific roadmap that we examine to look at what are the best practices and strategies instructionally that we can provide for students in the classroom. So this is a great process where we actually have teachers come together and they visit each other's school sites in order to see what best practices are happening out there. Sometimes when you live at one school site, and that's been where you live your career, you don't see some of the other ideas that are happening out there. So instead of just bringing them in a room to collaborate, we invite them to come visit, and then we have them share and collaborate lessons around those best practices. For goal 2, for connectedness, this has all of the information around social emotional resources and safety. Again, as I indicated before, we have seen improvements in this area. You can see, and just a note for yourself, when you see negative for chronic absenteeism, suspension, and expulsion, that's a good thing. It's the opposite of the prior one, right? We want to see those numbers go down. So our chronic absenteeism has gone down from last year, as well as our suspension rates and our expulsion rates. One of the new highlights in a partnership with the IT department that we've done this year is we wanted to make sure there was a way for schools to quickly respond to bullying. And so we had a new online bullying report system that was launched this year. These posters are at all of our school sites, secondary school sites, in poster form, in 8x10 form, and it is a way for students to be able to report and for us to track any bullying incidences. We had about 77% of those incidences that are reported we do investigate as bullying, and we've identified them as bullying. So that just helps us provide students the help that they need at the time that they need it. They can click on the QR code and then fill out a form and let us know. Another important area to highlight with our child welfare and attendance is the focus on attendance. If students are not in school, they cannot learn. And so we want to make sure that students are at school more often than not. And one of the things that we do to make sure that they are coming to school for students who have needs, that we actually conduct home visits. So you can see that our CWA department and the work of the counselors and coordinators of that department, they've provided 184 home visits. So pretty much they've been at multiple houses every day since the start of the school year to make sure students are coming to school. When it comes to connectedness, we also look at perception data, which is how do students feel? Do they feel safe? Right? It's one thing to have the numbers that, yeah, we're safe, we don't see suspension, we don't see some of the major issues, but do students feel safe? So we see that based on the California Healthy Kids Survey, students in elementary school are increasingly feeling safe. But in secondary, we have some work to do. 59% is the same number that we had the prior year. So we have not seen some improvements. We'd be curious to see what happens by the end of this year. But perhaps some of the initiatives like the bullying report form and our mental health professionals and SEL lessons will help to improve those numbers. So we're going to keep a close eye on that. We do have from our school services behavior support systems in place. We have some behavior specialists in which are able to go out to school sites, and when teachers or school sites notice that there are certain behaviors in the classroom that are being disruptive, before we assess students for any type of special needs, we want to make sure we look at what is causing this behavior. Is it the environment? Is it attention-seeking behavior? What are the ways that we can interact with that child in a more positive way rather than just running straight to a special ed referral? Because we also don't want to just assume if students are having behavior issues that it immediately requires a special ed referral. So that is why we've brought on our behavior specialists to consult with principals, consult with teachers, and provide guidance. And we've seen a lot of work happen from school services department in this area and to support directly the classroom teacher. And last but not least for this area, as we've talked a lot about diversity and we've talked about the work of our equity officer, another way that we provide inclusion and understanding among our students is to make sure that students are seeing themselves represented in the books that they read, that they see represented at their school sites. And so we're inviting you to a book giveaway. on March 4th or March 10th. March 4th is at Aloha Elementary and March 10th is at Palms Elementary. So thanks to your support, every single elementary child in ABC is able to attend our book giveaway and receive a free book of their choosing. And any books that are left from that selection then go to their classroom libraries. And these are diverse books that represent various cultures, and it really is heartwarming. Many of us have been able to go in the past when you see students who identify with a book's cover and say, hey, that child on that cover looks like me, and they grab that book and gravitate toward it. So we want to have more of those experiences for our students in ABC. Goal 3 is about college and career readiness, and we have a variety of programs including additional counselors for both academics and EL. ABC proudly touts that we have among the lowest counseling ratios with our counselors, and that's because through this LCAP we've actually been able to pay for additional counselors for each of our high schools. And then using the learning recovery money, also with an action from the LCAP, we've been able to pay for EL counselors to also support. So that's helped to bring our ratios down where we have smaller numbers of students per counselors to support. We also have dual immersion programs, AP course offerings, AVID, dual enrollment, and CTE pathway development is in the yellow because we are the recipients of the Golden State Pathway Awards, which is great news. It's an additional $4 million of restricted funds to support our CTE programs. However, the state had some issues and challenges, so we were supposed to receive the money in September, and we just recently received the money this month. So that's why it's in the yellow. It's really just because we were waiting for the funds to be accessible so we could move forward with the plans. I've already shared with you some of the rates like College and Career Indicator, but you can see some additional figures here. One thing notably is that 78% of our students that take an AP test score a 3 or higher. That is a really high number for AP passage rate. However, we noticed a slight dip from last year, so we're going to keep that. We're going to watch that closely to make sure we continue on our high trajectory. We also look at course enrollment by subgroups. So we look at, are these college and career classes accessible to our various students? And this is specifically for our career classes. And we can see that for many areas, we see improvements or maintenance. But again, foster youth, homeless, it's decreased. Their participation in our CTE programs has decreased. And we do want to provide them with a way of accessing better paying jobs for post-secondary, and so that's concerning to us, as well as the low percentage of African American students in CTE pathways. So we do want to take a closer look at if we are offering the right type of pathways that are of interest to our students, and perhaps that's why our enrollment is so low. So we do have some various CTE summer opportunities that will help students provide some CTE enrichment so that in middle schools they can kind of discover the areas that they might be interested in. We also have summer paid externships with CTE Auto with Harbor Freight and the CTE Pharmacy Work-Based Learning Experience. And we're looking to expand pathways to include aviation, entrepreneurship, and esports in the 25-26 school year with some of those funds from the Golden State Pathway. So that's some exciting news. And fresh off the presses, I just wanted to make sure you received this. I met with Dr. Francois today, and he shared with me that we're hosting our first Future Readiness Workshop on February 12th. From 4:30 to 6:30 at Artesia High School. One of the goals that we have in the next few years is, I'm going to say it out loud so that it can happen, is that we want to make sure every single senior graduates with their resume ready to go. Right? So this is one of the first steps in trying to make that happen, is providing this workshop. We're going to have resume building workshops. We're going to help students with interviewing tips and how to present themselves at work. So this is a great first step in that direction, and definitely more to come in this area. Goal 4 is specifically about the supports for special education students. Now this is a little different than our LCAP supplemental funds. This actually comes from the base because for our special education students, they receive all the services our students do, and so they're not considered part of the supplemental. But we knew we needed to provide some special support and attention to this group, and so that is why we have a goal for special education students. We have seen improvements across the board for all of the different data points, including improvements in chronic absenteeism, suspension, and our universal screeners for ELA and math. And one of the main areas that we try to do is always partner with our parents. It can be very scary for a family when they have their student identified for special education when they come to their first IEP meeting. It is a very legal process. There's a lot of compliance, there's a lot of paperwork, and there's a lot of people. And you are just there for your child trying to advocate for them. So one of the ways that we've tried to help is we're hosting Understanding IEP workshops for families. We've had several sessions with some good feedback from parents saying that they feel empowered now to participate in the IEPs because that's what we want. We want parents to participate. We just don't want them to feel like we're talking at them and that we're partners in their child's education. Last but not least, I'll take a deep breath. Goal 5 is a new requirement from the state, which is our equity multiplier funds. You have to provide a goal for any school or groups of schools that qualify for the additional equity multiplier funds. The only school that qualifies is Tracy Continuation High School. And so we have a very specific goal at Tracy High School, and it's all centered around improving graduation rates, improving our English learner progress rates, increasing our on-time supports for our students, and improving suspension rates. So one of the great highlights in working with Dr. Keys is that Tracy High School has had a 118% increase in students earning 5 credits towards their graduation in both quarter 1 and quarter 2. They now have a new system in which the minute that a student is absent and needs to make up work, they immediately are able to provide them the interventions and supports that they need. The teachers are a very supportive community and really want to see their students succeed. And so many of the teachers work in that 7th and 8th period to provide that attendance recovery time. And that's where we've seen a lot of improvements. And it's also notable to know that Tracy's high school graduation rate has improved by 10%. So that's a great improvement from one year to the next, and we want to see more of that improvement in the coming years. Last but not least, we have various opportunities for our community to provide input for LCAP development. Next week, we have an upcoming LCAP PAC meeting. One of the things we've done differently this year with our LCAP PAC is that we made sure we had a representative from each school site council, as well as a representative from one of the specific student groups that you see here from parents. So it used to be that we would have these meetings, and sometimes we would only have a dozen parents in the room. And, you know, we would get feedback, but it might not be from the voices of all school sites and all parents. But this is a picture of one of our last PACs. It's a full room. We have it at Artesia High School. We had about 60 in attendance. We have translation, childcare, dinners provided. We have a very interactive meeting to keep our parents engaged and to provide input so that we can continue to work with them as partners to provide an overview and make progress with our LCAP. And I am happy to say that that's the end of my presentation and open for questions.
Okay, board member comments? Questions? Board member Dr. Rios.
Okay, I think I want to adopt that 20 slides, 15 seconds. Who was that? It's a lot, right? And I want to start by acknowledging the work and the efforts and celebrate the fact that there are a lot of areas that we do well, but as with everything, right? The one thing that sticks out is the gaps. So it did catch my attention, the fact that we're in the red with foster youth, and I kind of want to start out by quantifying that. Do we know how many students we're talking about?
That's a good question.
Yes, so overall, as an entire district, it's about 100. 44 of those are counted for academics, and chronic absenteeism is about 100. So the challenge there being that at each school site, you may only have 2 or 3 or 4, but as a whole group, as the district, it then is a high enough number that it does count for our dashboard. But that's also a good sign because that means that each school site can actually make a difference with the child if they only have a handful of students that we can work with.
And that's, thank you, Dr. Castro. That's exactly where I'm going, because if we think of our vulnerable students, like this would be at the top of the list. And so I like to think that, you know, we do, because the number is like, I don't know what word to use, but if we're talking about 3 or 4 at a school site, like, what are supports that we can put in place to support these students, because it does make a big difference in their lives and, you know, in our performance. We have money. You know, for LCAP, we're talking about it. LCAP is specifically to support foster, English learners, and low income, and chances are foster students fall into all 3 of those categories. And I love to ask this question of Tuan, but Tuan, how much money do we have in our LCAP to support these students?
The district received about $20 million in LCAP funding.
So, I mean, I don't know about my fellow board members, but like, wow, that's a lot of money. I think we can do better to support those 100 students. I think we need to do better to support those 100 students, and I'd like to hear what the plan is. And I want to hear about these plans being different than what because a lot of times, you know, and I'll be asking these about our EL students, we say, well, we've had EL counselors. Okay, well, are we seeing the outcomes that we want? So what I want to hear is, what are the supports that are different or that are going to be different this year from what they've had last year or the previous years? Because if we want better outcomes, then we need to do things differently. And we need to do more of that. So on to our English learners. I'm glad to see the progress, but here I'd also like to quantify this. How many students are we talking about in our district that identify as English learners?
Total English learners is about 5,000 students total.
So that's a lot more, right? How much money is it costing us to provide English learner or EL counselors at our sites? If you have that information, Tuan. Or Dr. Castro.
You wanted me to answer it? Okay. So currently it's about $1 million. However, just a reminder, that specific action is with our one-time funds for the learning recovery. We did not used to have EL counselors in our district prior to the pandemic, and that is something different that we've provided at our school sites, is the addition of those EL counselors with the one-time funds.
I remember seeing them in our LCAP. So regardless of where the money is coming from, again, you know, are we investing our money in ways that are giving us outcomes? Because, you know, if you look at that hierarchy of vulnerable students, ELs would be also on that list. As an English learner, you know, I know the importance of being reclassified, and we know, research tells us the minute kids are reclassified, they tend to outperform English only, meaning that there's a lot of social emotional things that are tied to that. And so, you know, I'm really happy that we talked about, you know, maybe Saturday programs. Again, I think I've brought this up in the past, that it's an academic issue, right? A lot of our English learners, and I know this as a teacher, as a principal, are identified as English learners, but they themselves don't speak a second language. So a lot of them get stuck in this English learner classification, and it ends up limiting. Once they leave elementary, they, you know, in some districts, they can't take that enrichment class, and then, you know, it just starts to, I think, it gets to students. I've seen it firsthand. You know, my daughter's best friend used to like say, but, you know, are you going to go to college? Well, no, I'm an English learner. It's like, what? Wait, so am I. That, you know, that's not something that gets in the way. The narrative matters, right? We need to shift from an asset-based culture where we celebrate bilingualism, and I see that's probably happened in our dual or our pathway that we have with language. But again, like I know we're making progress, and I'm glad that we've doubled our numbers, but I feel like we need more supports, and we need to figure out what are the supports that are actually going to make a difference where the kids are performing at grade level. Especially those long-term English learners that we know it's probably not a language issue, it's an academic issue, and you know, see better outcomes ultimately for everything. So again, I don't want to sound like I'm just focusing on the negatives, because I'm really, really happy to see everything that's happening with the CTE program. Graduation rates, I know we're at like 95. You know, if one kid drops out, to me that's one too many. So I'm glad that CWESA is taking measures to prevent that. I hope that these CTE programs encourage our students to stay, because we also know the outcomes for students who drop out of school, right? It limits their lifetime earnings, it becomes a generational thing. And again, we're in the business of educating all students, not just some. Thank you.
Thank you. Vice President Noyola?
Thank you, President Nishi. I just had a few questions. Just in the beginning, I see the change from data-driven to data-informed. Is that to be more inclusive of not just focusing or stepping back from just looking at data, which is usually just like a one-time thing that students, take a test and they get scored on, but also being more, inclusive and looking at, the other outcomes, their grades and things like that, or like you guys mentioned earlier, empathy interviews. So how is the shift from data-driven to data-informed, change some of the programs or strategies?
Thank you for the question. So one of the new ways and strategies that we have implemented to better support our long-term English learners and foster youth is to use the evidence-based practices of improvement science. And improvement science tools talk about how to be data-informed. And as you said, it's, for myself, I was a really hard-working student, but I was terrible at taking tests because I was an English learner, and so the interpretation of some of the language was difficult for me. But if you had me do an assignment, a project, I excelled. And so that's the opportunity we want to provide students. We don't want to just see them through one lens. We want to see them through multiple lenses. Now, sometimes we're a little forced to look at it through the lens of testing because of our state testing. But that is not the only way we know whether they're improving academically or through attendance. And so one of the tools that we use to look at the causes and really get to the root as to why our students may not be performing at the level we want to see them is to look at root cause analysis. And empathy interviews is one way to find a root cause analysis about how students, parents, community members, teachers feel, their perspective, their experiences that better inform us as to making decisions using that data to guide us.
Thank you. My next question is, the program highlights that you shared in your presentation, the literacy lab, the writing support, and the math fluency, like the math coaches. Are those the biggest contributors to the growth that we see here?
Yeah, I mean, the number one thing that we can see growth from is improving instruction. There's nothing that can replace instruction in the classroom. As I've said many times to my team, if there was a program out there that could fix the issues of our foster youth and English learners, we would all be doing that program. We would be all adopting that curriculum. So it doesn't really exist. It's really about the experience we give students in our classrooms with our teachers. That's why the professional learning for our teachers is so important. That's why the type of strategies that we use with our students, the experience that they receive at school sites, whether they feel comfortable in the environment, that all makes a difference. So yes, those have been the major factors that have been influential in supporting our teachers in improving instruction in the classroom for our students.
Thank you. And just my last question. The program you mentioned about behavior support, is that something we are doing to, target the disproportionate identification of Latino students and special needs? Or is that just, where did that program come from?
Yes, thank you for that question as well. So we were in significant disproportionality for identifying Hispanic male students at an early age for special education. We looked at a number of factors, including, that's partially why we looked at early literacy, was because we wanted to make sure that we provided early literacy experiences for our students, as well as behavior specialists, so that we wouldn't be over-identifying students based on just their behaviors. We recently received the report just last night, and I'm happy to say we're no longer significantly disproportionate for that group of students. So some of the actions we've been taking have been working as we've been seeing improvements in our metrics.
Thank you, Dr. Castro. And, this is a great report. The improvements we have all contributed to here at ABC, including your team. So I appreciate your team, and also Mr. Lawrence, thank you for everything you did to bring the Ignite program and, just share, technology is advancing so quickly and exponentially, you could say. And with you here and your team, you guys have, brought us to the, 21st century in many ways. So thank you again. And thank you, Dr. Castro, and your team.
Thank you. Board Member Yu?
Thank you, President Nishi. Thank you, Dr. Castro. Great job. Your presentation, I know you came in during the pandemic, and your presentations are getting better and better. Thank you. Quick question on page 19 and 20. 19, it says it's Math Universal. Is this like for the whole state? And then page 20, district math, and that's our district score?
Thank you. Universal screeners means that they are our local benchmark, so we get to choose what we use as our universal screener. It's called a universal screener because we give it to all students. So all students take a reading and math assessment. It's kind of progress monitoring to see where they are. And then based on those results, then we make determinations about the type of instruction we need to provide. We also decide which student groups we need to provide some additional intervention, either in the form of pulling them out of class to spend time with the intervention teacher, or by having the literacy tutor or the interventionist push into the classroom. It also helps to determine which students we need to recommend for after-school tutoring and supports.
Okay, so what's the difference between page 20 and page 18? Because page 18, ninth grade is like 78 and 76.
So the difference being that the page 19 that you're referring to just compares year to year. So that compares to prior years, where the other one was comparing from, we gave a progress monitoring at the beginning of the year when students start. We give them an assessment in August or September, and then we give another one in November, December, and we will be giving another one now in February, March. So we're constantly checking in on them. So that's what the other one shows, whereas the last one that you're referring to shows in comparison to prior years.
Okay, long term. Okay, so it's good that we are improving definitely from 2022, coming out of pandemic, and it's good. Question is, we don't use Common Core anymore for math?
We use the California standards.
Yeah, so we're not quite using the Common Core? It's a different
The
curriculum?
California standards are based on the Common Core standards.
Based on the Common Core?
Yes, they are based on that. Now, the California standards are a form of Common Core because they made their own adjustments to it, as every state had the right to make adjustments to those Common Core standards as they saw fit.
Okay. When you mentioned about the, fluency of math on page, where is this? 21, I think. So, fluency of math, it's not quite clear to me. It's kind of difficult to understand the fluency of math, but my question is, I know the state, they always come out with different standards and what have you, but from a little bit of my experience, I think that the students in elementary school, primary school, and middle school, that it is so critical for them to master the basic math foundation, such as, multiplication, addition, multiplication, fraction, up to that point. And before, we used to have pre-algebra, algebra 1, geometry. And I know that ABC did have a really strong math program before the Common Core came in. And the practice and the traditional method has always been pretty strong. And I wonder if there is a way that before they graduate from 6th grade, is there a way to measure that our students have mastered the basic math foundational skills, such as multiplication, at least, and fraction?
So that's part of our progress monitoring. We do provide some consistent, that is part of what we do, is to make sure that they are mastering some of those foundational skills. And if they're not, we try to provide interventions with tutoring, IXL program, teacher support. So yes, we are constantly monitoring progress.
Okay.
I don't want to confuse two things. So I just want to be clear, whether it's Common Core standards or California standards, whatever it is, we still need to know multiplication. We still need to know addition. So those things are the same. When we talk about math fluency, though, is we also need to know as students, when you see a number like 46, right, and you see a number of 48, you can make those numbers 50 and know that the total of those two numbers is somewhere near 100, so that you can have an estimation of that's a little bit of number sense as well as fluency. It's not just memorization, it's also understanding how to work with numbers. So we are asking our teachers to do both.
Would it be possible if our board members can, see some of the standards, just a piece of standards test If you can send it to us.
Sure, no problem.
Especially in math, that would be
Yeah.
very helpful, because I am particularly very concerned about preparing our students for the future career. And, we have Mr. Mike Lawrence here, but, the world is changing a lot, and I'm not really that literate in the tech industry, but so many jobs are in tech. And I just hope that our ABC students will be prepared to have those choices. And I know that if your math foundation is weak, even if you have the potential and you are smart, sometimes the kids kind of easily give up. By the time they go to high school in 9th grade, you're faced with higher math, and they just need hand-holding and some tutoring just to catch up. And then another thing I want to bring up is, in the math program, I know that we have, different families throughout we have a very diverse district. And before, we used to offer, I know I've seen in the elementary school and middle school, math competitions like Math Kangaroo, Math Olympiad, AMC. Do we still have something like that? Just
Yes.
to challenge our students?
Yes, we do.
Okay,
We
that's-
participate with Math Field Day. It's part of our Science Olympics program. So we've combined it as part of, because Science Olympics is now a STEM experience, which includes mathematics, so it is part of that experience.
So that's just the only type of math competitions that we have?
Yes.
Just the Math Field Day?
Yes, that's part of our science. Just like we have STEM Olympics as the science competition, then yes, that's Math Field Day is the competition that we have for that.
I wonder, before we used to have like, I know at Whitman there was Math Olympics, and it was, parent volunteers and outside math vendor. And those kind of math as an after-school program does promote more math practice. And, parents to kind of participate and encourage their children to pursue a higher math. Is that something
Yes,
that
our
we can
school sites
explore?
still have those programs. For example, at Fetty Middle School, which serves a large portion of our English learner population, they have a mathletes program where students compete in the same way that you're discussing, and they compete for different tournaments for different topics to encourage them to continue to engage with math in a positive way.
Yes, because that does give a lot of opportunity for some of the students who are stronger in math to discover their talents so that they can pursue that field. Yes.
Yes.
Okay, great.
Thank you.
Okay, well, I guess that's the
Thank
end
you.
of my questions.
Thank you. Board Member Tse.
Thank you. Thank you, President. I want to let the public to understand what we're trying to do here today. What I see as with the education background, you look at the learner behavior. The learner behavior, and you talk about the background of the kids, the family situation, the family involvement, has a lot impact on the kids learning it. But even with all those things, still some kids just not ready to learn the thing, follow the regular way. Then I went to Taiwan last year, which is July. I was volunteer there to help the kids to learn Chinese. But while I was there, I was looking around. There were tours around the other school, so-called vacational school, which means when they're in the high school, they start training them the different thing to learn. Not many kids may be like math, A plus B square, A2, this kind of thing. But some kids may are good with the hands-on things. And see, that's the thing we need to turn around our American mind and look another way, say, what can we, and when it's day, they will turn around, go back to school. And I'm the one of the simple one. I don't like to study when I was a junior high school. I don't even have a high school diploma, even up today. But I got it. Not a diploma, I made it up. I went to the community college level and went up to Cal State, San Francisco State, and then went to Cal State Long Beach here. Versus my kids all went to UCLA, my husband from UCLA, they're smart, but I don't think I'm that dumb. It just, I'm go different way than others. I got my RN through high school, but then do we really have to push them? And you can't push it. I mean, I was just talking to Vice President here, just mentioned about you can lead the horse to water, but you cannot push them drink the water. The teachers have a hard time in the classroom. Now you have some behavior issue student there. It's really hard to leading the rest of the kids to learn. And I'm thinking in the future, maybe we should think of some special program to let them to learn some other thing. When I was in Taiwan, they teach the kids to make toys. And those toys can sell. It's a really nice one. And they're starting working on it. So, some of the kids graduate, got a job. They were just talking about one of the lady had presented today, she liked to do the hairstyle. There's nothing wrong with that. And we keep pushing and say, what did you do? What did you do? How come the kids still not doing well? There's a lot of things impact behind their back. We're talking about the school, I'm not merging the school. Some of the schools only have 8 teachers in there. How do you expect the teacher to learn to teach those kids when we don't have such a little school, little student, and we have merged them together? 4, 5, 6 we have to merge them together. How can you as a teacher teach the different level student there? It's really tough. And plus one was a behavior issue there. And the parent doesn't want to get involved. Some of the kids with background histories, dad's in jail, mom's in jail, or they're on the drug. They can't get out of that situation. How do you expect them to learn? You tell the teacher, say, you got to teach them well. They have to pass the test. No. You got to look the other way around. How can we help them to be what they can be at that point? To help them to be what they can go in the future. Then they can always come back. This is a good thing about the United States. You can go back to school whenever you want. I went back to school. I got my master's degree in 2. Nobody knows I can be like this today, but I did it. We just have to identify what they really need to be. You can't lead the horse. You can take the horse to the water, but you can't push them to drink the water. So I want to thank you to your presentation today. And easy. We can't do pushing and say, hey, math, English. There is a way. Let's looking for some other way in the future. Hopefully, we can turn around that. This has been brought into the California State Board Association, being brought up already, the situation. What can we help those kids not ready to learn? Thank you.
Thank you. I actually have a really quick comment. The GAR students that are leaving, stick around. We're going to move you guys up on the calendar if that's all right. If they're already gone. Stick around. We'll get to you next. And it'll only be 3 more minutes. My thing is, good report. I like how we're increasing on math. I like your innovative approaches, aviation summer schools and Saturday schools and those innovation things. I only actually have one question. I also echo Dr. Rios' concern about trying to hit the specific audience that we're actually supposed to do with these funds, and rather than just everybody. If we wanted to actually have an impact on the LCAP plan, when would we do it on this calendar? So today is February, and tomorrow is the LCAP PAC ongoing input, March 2025. And obviously June is too late because it's already drafted. We need to have it approved. So what would be the most impactful day if we wanted to come and make a specific input on a specific item?
So we have several ways for families to do that. So we have the LCAP PAC, which is open to members of the public if they want to come. There's February 11th and April 15th. Both of those dates are open for input from the general public. But the other way that we allow for our parents and our students to provide further input is through our California School Parent Survey. There are some specific questions around the actions and goals in the LCAP, and so that provides us more information that'll help determine some of the changes we may make.
But as a board member, where would I have the most impact?
February 11th or April 15th.
Okay, thank you. February 11th or April 15th. All right, thank you very much. I'd like us to approve the agenda, but I'd also like us to move up item number 14 immediately next. So instead of the agenda having a minutes, Board of Education and all that, let's have the student board report because it's getting kind of late. It's 9 o'clock. So a motion to approve the agenda?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Okay. So I'd like to have the student report next. Thank you. Thank you for your patience.
Good evening, Board President Mr. Nishi, Vice President Noyola, Clerk Yokohama Bui, distinguished board members, Superintendent Dr. Zitlo, Cabinet members, and community members. My name is Malik Manyago,
And my name is Chiniram Ibnilo.
and we are honored to present our board report for Gar High School. Our senior class cabinet has been actively organizing senior events, including Candle Rose and Senior Sunrise. Their efforts to create memorable experiences culminated in a holiday movie night, where seniors gathered in the NPR to watch Home Alone while enjoying popcorn and time with friends. Our junior class cabinet is hard at work preparing for this year's prom, themed Once Upon a Midnight. Additionally, their boba fundraiser last November generated $200 in profit. Building on this success, they aim to expand their budget through more fundraisers. Sophomore class cabinet hosted this year's winter formal, themed City of Stars. To fund this event, they organized several successful fundraisers collaborating with Wingstop, Seven Leaves, and Lucille's, as well as hosting an after-school popsicle sale. Our freshman class cabinet has excelled in organizing and profiting from fundraisers, raising over $1,000 this school year. They already have planned 10 future fundraisers for the year of 2025.
GAR had a strong winter and fall sports season with multiple teams qualified for CIF. Girls tennis and golf reached CIF with the tennis team winning the finals. Flag football also won CIF while co-ed football qualified for the finals. Boys soccer celebrated their Mid-City League championship and girls soccer reached CIF awaiting further games. Boys and girls basketball have one game left which will determine their CIF qualification. We also honored our scholar athletes for their academic and athletic excellence during the gym rally. The GAR Marching Gladiators had an outstanding fall season, winning the WBA 4A State Division and advancing to the championships in Fresno. Color Guard will compete in indoor Winter Guard events in San Diego and Palm Springs, while indoor percussion will compete in the World Class Division. Additionally, the woodwind section has been selected for the winter concerts. Our students have celebrated Hispanic Heritage Month, Red Ribbon Week, Native American Heritage Month, and Yellow Ribbon Week, and have now begun Black History Month celebrations as well as activities for the Japanese American Day of Remembrance. We have also organized Thanksgiving and Christmas toy and food drives to support families in need. We had a successful homecoming and winter prep rally featuring activities for both students and teachers. Our open house on January 28th was a great success. Additionally, our art department will host a student-led exhibition in the NPR on February 28th. Our ASB Commission of Academics collaborated with teachers to recognize students for outstanding performance and for significant improvements of their grades. They are also preparing honor roll certificates for students who have a GPA of 3.5 or higher. Lastly, and perhaps most importantly, GAR High School will be accepting the Exceptional America's Best School Award in San Diego next month. This prestigious recognition is a statement to the hard work, dedication, and excellence demonstrated by our students, staff, and community. Thank you for your time and support of GAR High School.
Board comment? Vice President Noyola?
Thank you, President Ishii. Thank you guys for coming out and, well, first off, by staying this late and giving your board presentation. Given this opportunity, I actually wanted to ask you guys a question. Of all the presentations you guys heard tonight to the board, is there any comments or ideas or just thoughts you guys have on like the LCAP or the Ignite or, what you heard about the Black History Month presentation or even the Kindness Week that Kennedy Elementary shared with us?
Specifically for Black History Month as well as the LCAT, I remember, I think it was sophomore or junior year, where they had student interviews to understand students' perspectives in these matters. And I think it was board member Dr. Olga Rios that was talking about students, how do I say this? Okay, she was talking about the way students approach these situations and being like an English learner or the way people see those people that have those kind of titles. And I think it would be important to be able to talk to students about how they feel about these programs and what they wish would be included in these school programs.
I want to say something as well. It was the last of the presentations where they went over a bunch of statistics, and it fascinated me that you guys would consider like this minority of students, where I never thought that amount of effort would even count towards that minority. So it sort of makes me feel grateful that I'm in a district that sort of pays attention to that kind of stuff.
Thank you guys. I think it's very important to have student voices. I think, like we mentioned earlier, we don't want to be just data driven. We want to be data informed. So giving students a voice, because we are trying to educate you guys. So without you guys there telling us if we're doing a good job, how can we really know or get the full picture? So I appreciate you guys being here, sharing your voice, and also, being a leader in your campus. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Rios.
I'm fascinated by the fact that you asked them that. Thank you, because that is important. We want to hear. And, as board members, usually our conversations are with Dr. Zitlo and cabinet and, parents that reach out to us. But ultimately, we want to know what you think. And, I think that we talked a lot about the empathy survey, so hopefully you will be part of that and you will continue to share your voices. My son goes to GAR. And so I'm very curious about this. Once Upon a Midnight, do you have a date for this prom, or has it not been released yet?
The date has been released, however, we know it's probably April?
It's around April,
Yeah, it's around April for the
Nice.
prom.
He's not a senior, but still might attend. And can you talk a little bit more about how the ASB Commissioners of Academics are collaborating to recognize students for outstanding performance?
So the ASB Commissioner of Academics, other ways they would sort of recognize students for achieving academically and proving that, proving that regardless of their circumstance, they could excel at a level where if you're in an unfortunate circumstance where it's still possible, we would commemorate and make awards for them and they would be recognized in our pep rallies, while also every quarter they would be awarded for either having a high GPA or being in a small occupancy where you have a perfect GPA, 4.0 GPA.
Additionally to what Malik said, we send out Google Forms to teachers in order to give them voices and send out these forms, and we ask them to pick a few students who have shown spectacular academic in their classes, as well as most improved students who have shown improvement in their classes, in order to recognize these students. And then we print certificates in order to present these in class, so students have this recognition and feel that their work is being recognized, and it kind of encourages more students to put in more effort to do better.
Thank you. It's always fascinating to hear about all the awesome things that are happening, and I'm very familiar with what happens at Artesia, but I'm, trying to keep up with what happens at GAR. So definitely appreciate what you shared today. Thank you.
Thank you. Board Member Yu?
Yeah, thank you, President Nishi. My daughter graduated from GAR High School, and thank you guys for being engaged and coming out, and thank you for sharing, Malik and Shanaram. And just wanted to say, where's the rest of the team? I thought this was a sports team because they brought a whole team. And I asked them, is this a girls softball team? And there were like guys there. So, usually when the student boards come, there's only a few students and maybe a couple staff, but are they all ASB?
They are all ASB.
Wow, the whole ASB came out.
Yes, they do.
Wow, they have a real camaraderie and spirit.
They do.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. And your ASB teacher is?
Student director is Mr. Velez.
Oh, okay. He's the champion. He's able to bring everyone together like that, huh?
He is.
Okay, great. Great job. Thank you.
Thank you.
Board Clerk Bui.
Briefly, thank you, President Nishi. I've been forgetting to say that, so thank you. for always calling on me. Thank you both for coming and presenting. And we have your names, and I do apologize if I missed this. Can you please let us know what your positions are on the ASB?
We are the Commissioner of Academics for ASBS.
Wonderful. And your grades?
Our grades, 12th, I'm a senior, and
I'm also a senior.
Congratulations to you both for being on the ASB and serving your school. Thank you for being here. My nephew goes to GAR, so I'm very excited as well to hear about all the activities going on there. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. That concludes the report.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And the principal?
Sorry for being a little bit long there. Thank you, Principal Moore and Assistant Principal. And students still outside? Well, anyway, you'll see it on video next. Can I get a motion to approve the minutes?
So moved by Sophia.
Second, Sue.
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes.
I will need to abstain
Huh?
for the minutes because I was absent.
Okay, so motion passes 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 1 abstention. Okay, my report. It's getting kind of late, so I'll be really quick. It was a great 6:05. I got to go over. I found out the day before we're going, and I had to go. It was. Imagine a whole audience being in the gallery trying to take a picture of them. That was what the 605 League was about, and it was about many districts coming together from all different stripes, and where the impossible became the possible because we all worked together. Didn't matter what school you came from, we all worked together. Cerritos LPTA got to show up to there. Girls wrestling was really cool. I never seen it ever before, and they put a spotlight on the kids. It's pretty amazing. Ignite, for all those people who volunteered out in the freezing cold Saturday. That was not an easy thing, and I learned a lot about AI and how all the jobs that we have today are going to be different in just a few years, and oh my gosh, it's important for us to keep up with this, and for us to be also kept up with in terms of our admin. So we can have it here for our teachers, which is a great program, practical and useful, and they're going to have that there, and also for us and admin. Delegate Assembly for Governance, went to see a ABC teacher discussion. It's kind of like therapy. I got to really talk about things, and I don't think anybody heard it, but that was really good. I got to go to the ABC Foundation meeting discussing priorities, connecting and fostering, and where we can really make a difference, and we can make a difference there. Ross Awards with Sophia Tse, and we were both just having a great time giving out awards to like all those kids. I mean, it is that's the good part of the job. We get to see kids achieve, and we get to be part of their success, and they're all smiling. They're all cheering each other on like it's a pep rally. Very cool. Midsummer Night Dreams, kind of like K-pop and the Bard put together, right? Amazing performances. I hope everybody got to see that. It was just great. DOR, so that's a great thing as well. It's a student-oriented thing, but board members are invited. And you need to give advance notices because this is for the students. This is their experience. They're going to be the movers and shakers in the future, and that's what the purpose of this program is. It's going to be at GAR, Whitney, Ross, Cerritos High School, and on the 18th it's going to be online for elementary. So it's elementary, middle, high school. We're going to change this world with these kids. On February 11th, I have a tea with the trustee. We're going to talk about some important issues, and budget is coming up, so I need to hear what the priorities are. The kids and how we are doing, all the great things and everything else like that. So don't miss it, February 11th. I'm going to have an information item request to have a legislative review committee update our naming policy and create a principled basis for us to do this, not for just buildings, and we have a policy, but also the facilities, the schools, the fields, everything else. That should be a unified, principled way that we do these things. So I'm going to ask for that to be on our next agenda as an information item to have policy made. And this will be probably sent over to the Legislative Review Committee if the board agrees. And I'm going to have my vice president interpret some of this, because I think this is kind of important. Parents, thank you for putting your trust in us. The biggest part of success is showing up.
We have a translator.
I know we have a translator, but I'm using the vice president.
My apologies if I missed anything.
I have faith in you.
Okay, thank you. Padres, muchas gracias por poner su fe en nosotros. La más grande, la parte mayor para el éxito de un estudiante es showing up.
Yes.
I will help.
Despite challenges presented by other branches of government, you showed up.
Aparte de diferentes agencias del gobierno, ustedes siguen presentándose a la escuela.
ABC will continue to provide a free and appropriate education to all of our students, regardless of origin, race, rich, poor. We defend your right to school.
That's a big, long sentence, having to read it.
ABC va a seguir ABC va a seguir a probar gratis y educación propia para estudiantes.
Regardless how to say it.
Sin embargo,
Sin embargo, a su origen de raza, si rico o pobre, nosotros vamos a defender el derecho a ir a la escuela.
And by the way, don't try this with me in Japanese, because I can't do it. He's doing a great job. I believe knowledge is power, and we are arming you with knowledge.
Inteligencia es el poder y nosotros estamos armando los estudiantes con inteligencia.
We can never overinform our people. And poor Scott, our public relations officer, is going to be very busy. That's going to be hard to translate, huh? Okay.
How do you say it?
Just say, we can never overinform.
no podemos dar demasiada información.
No podemos dar demasiada información y también gracias a Scott por seguir dando información y siguiendo ayudando al público a mantenerse informado con lo que está pasando aquí en ABC.
Wow, okay. We will provide answers to your questions. So call us, email us, IM us, talk to us.
Nosotros vamos a seguir dando respuestas a sus preguntas, so por favor, llámanos, mándanos correos electrónicos, mándanos mensajes personales, háblanos, aquí estamos para ustedes.
If there's any insecurity, let us know.
Si hay cualquier inseguridad, déjanos saber.
ABC is not just about talking, we are about acting for all of our students.
ABC no más va a hablar sobre hacer cambios, pero también va a hacer acciones sobre hacer esos cambios.
That is all. Superintendent's report. And thank you, Board Vice President. I know I put you on the spot. And you cannot ask me to do that for Japanese because I am not even close to the skills that you have.
Thank you. Well, I'll have to refresh with the FEDI.
Yes.
Thank you, Board President Nishii. Good evening, and thank you for being with us this evening. Since our last board meeting, we have seen a number of changes to federal protocols that may impact our schools and our students. As we navigate these changes as a district and a community, it is critical that we maintain our focus on providing students with the supports they need in order to learn each day, because that is their right. Some students may need food, and we provide food. Some students need tutoring in math or support with writing. Others may need access to mental health services to help them walk through the challenges of their life. And we will continue to do that with our mental health professionals at our schools because our role is to support students while they learn. On January 21st, 2025, the federal government ended safe haven status for schools, making it possible for immigration enforcement officials to conduct their business near and at schools. While we understand this change in policy is very concerning to many of our students and families, we have taken and will continue to take action to make sure the resources and information is available to our families so that our students have the supports they need in order to learn each day. We have an immigration resource website which families can access at the homepage of abcusd.us. If you look under news and announcements, you will find the information there. We will continue to provide information and resources to our families about educational rights and immigrant rights for our students. Additionally, as we share information with our families and staff members, we will be continuing to follow our policies and the state laws that ensure students have rights to privacy and protection under the law. We were glad to be able to share information about a free immigrant rights workshop sponsored by Supervisor Janice Hahn's office, Cerritos College, and a legal organization. We will continue to share information about workshops and things that are available to our families to make sure they have the resources they need to support their students. We also have been working through our migrant education team to be available to families and make sure that they have access to resources as they need them. And we do that through individual checking in with those families and the supports to their students. Last week, along with my cabinet, we had a virtual meeting with all certificated and classified management to make sure they understand the change in the policy and to make sure they understand the protocols we still follow, making sure that students' information and rights to school are followed and not violated. As of today, we have educational rights posters with 4 languages at our schools. They have QR codes that will help families to have useful information and resources. And we are in the process of not only working to make sure management and staff understand, but our principals are providing training for all employees so that teachers and staff members are all aware of what we have available and what we are required to do to support our students. The ABC Unified School District Board Policy 5145.13, Response to Immigration Enforcement, begins with a statement that I want to make sure all of our students, families, and staff know. It reads, "The governing board is committed to the success of all students and believes that every school site should be a safe and welcoming place for students and their families, irrespective of their citizenship or immigration status." This policy was adopted in 2018 and aligns with the federal rights provided for equal access to education for all students, ensuring that every child has the right to attend public school. We will continue to communicate with our students, families, staff, and communities about this issue and provide ongoing support and information as we are able to make sure that students feel the support they need to be able to learn every day. And with that, that will be my report this evening.
Thank you, Superintendent. Employees report, Ruben Mencias. Thank you. Public comments. Yokoyama Bui. Clerk.
Persons wishing to address the board should fill out a card located on the table by the door and submit the completed card to the secretary. Speakers will be called in sequence during the public comments section or prior to board discussion on an agendized item. The board shall provide 1 hour for speakers to address non-agendized items. Each speaker is limited to one presentation of 5 minutes or less. Those who have a group concern are encouraged to select a spokesperson to address the board. Should there be 15 to 20 speakers for non-agendized items, individual speakers shall be allowed 3 minutes to address the board on the item. With board consent, the president may increase or decrease the time allowed for public presentation, depending on the topic and the number of persons wishing to be heard. If the time is extended for non-agendized items, only An additional 30 minutes can be provided. The president may take a poll of speakers for or against a particular issue and may ask that additional persons speak only if they have something new to add. In order to ensure that non-English speakers receive the same opportunity to directly address the board, any member of the public who utilizes a translator shall be provided at least twice the allotted time to address the board, unless simultaneous translation equipment is used to allow the board to hear the translated public testimony simultaneously. Government Code 54954.3. Please remember that the board is unable to directly respond to comments made during the public comments section and may only ask a question for clarification. In addition, neither the board nor district staff verify the accuracy of the statements made during public comments. Persons wishing to address the board on a specific agenda item at the time the item is under discussion are limited to 5 minutes each and will be called to speak following the staff comments and prior to the board's discussion and taking action. The board shall provide 30 minutes for speakers to address agendized items. Should there be 6 to 10 speakers for agendized items, individual speakers shall be allowed 3 minutes to address the board on the item. Adverse remarks about a person's race, ancestry, ethnic group identification, religion, color, national origin, sex, sexual orientation, gender, mental or physical disability, or age may not be made. Our first public speaker is Joe Pack, and next will be Standard Wong.
My phone is down to 10%. Honorable President, Vice President, Clerk, and Trustees. On behalf of the Assemblyman Sharon Cook Silva, I would like to invite you to our Cerritos Community Conversation on Saturday, February 22nd at 10 a.m. at the Cerritos Performing Arts Center, Sierra Room. This event is an opportunity to engage with the community members and discuss local and state issues and share updates on important initiatives impacting our region. We greatly value your leadership and perspective and would love to have you join us in this conversation. I passed out this flyer to each one of you, and I just want to say one more thing, that the Day of Remembrance, the interview that President Nishi had, it talked a lot about the sacrifices and hardships that they're going through at the concentration camp. But we need to mention that there were a lot of young people who joined the military to fight for America in European theaters. And one of the most decorated unit in American military history is the 442nd Battalion. And they are also known as the rescue of the lost battalion in between the Italy and Germany during the World War II. And the thing is, the history is that they lost more soldiers than they saved from that lost battalion. And those were the very brave Japanese Americans who went after to save or rescue the unit from Texas. And one more thing I want to say is that there was a very young lieutenant. His name is Young-O Kim. When he reported to this unit, the commander called him to his office and said, "Hey, Young, I know a little bit about the history between Japanese and Koreans. You know, Japanese colonized Korea right now, and the unit you are assigned to is all Japanese Americans. And I can help you to get reassigned to another unit if you want. And at the time, Lieutenant Kim at the time said, "Sir, they are all Americans. I'm American. You're American. We are all fighting for America. So I'm going to stay." And this Lieutenant Kim retired as a Colonel Kim, and his sign is on a freeway, on number 5 freeway, near the Notch and Artesia exit. And also there's one going north on Santa Ana Freeway on Magnolia. You will see that Colonel Young-ho Kim, United States Military Memorial Highway. So I'm grateful that I was able to get that done with Assembly Member Sharon Cox Silva's support. Thank you very much. Oh, President Nishi didn't give me to present this Day of Remembrance certificate. Could I present it to you?
Yes.
Okay, yeah. So I can. Oh, Scott. Okay, thank you, Scott.
Thank you. Standard Yuang is next, and I apologize if I'm mispronouncing that. And then next will be Margaret Sato. Thank you so much.
Okay, can I just start now, or?
Yes, please.
Okay. So my name is Esty, or Standard Duong. I'm 25 years old, a transgender woman, a former student at Gretchen Whitney High School, class of 2017. I'm here to tell you about the bad things that happened to me and what my suggestions are moving forward. I would like to preface this by saying that I fully intend to avoid remarks or charges that reflect on the character of any current school district employee. All my comments will be about former employees, which I hope that's not against the rules or anything. I'm just going to keep going and I'm just going to hope you're not going to stop me. So I'm just going to play a audio recording first.
Some people with some cameras shooting girls soccer after school. Couple of cameras shooting there. Let's see if we can get that done. Yes? Hello?
So, 8 years ago, I illegally recorded Radziokowski dropping racial slurs in my classroom because he had already yelled racial slurs at me a few weeks prior. I reported him to the principal, who was his friend. The principal found nothing, and Radziokowski lied through his teeth to deny everything too. He then told me, in front of the principal, that he knew I was recording him, and that if I released anything, he would financially ruin my family by suing us. You might be thinking that he had a legal right to record, but I had a moral right, because I could not trust the adults in charge to protect me, so I had to take things into my own hands. I would like to reiterate this, that Radziokowski, a man who had taught at the ABCUSD for more than a decade, financially threatened a minor to avoid a simple conversation and an apology. I backed down because my family at the time could not deal with a lawsuit from someone as wealthy as him, but now I'm an adult, and the only person he can hurt is me. I had to go through a lot of therapy because of this. I did a lot of things to make me feel better, like releasing the recording on Facebook. And not only that, I returned his racial slurs into a hip-hop beat and released it on Spotify. And if anyone is interested, you can look up Cerritos Harvey Weinstein on Spotify and you can find the recording. One thing I realized is that Radziokowski would be shooting himself in the foot if he sues me right now. Because I know enough people where they would be able to drive a bunch of media attention if he escalates. And if that happens, it's going to put everyone in a bad light. And I'm sure I don't need to remind everyone about the slavery enactment debacle. It wasn't fun getting double-teamed by both the Huffington Post and the Daily Wire. My second story is shorter but more serious. I don't know if you know that story about Gary Smuts, the former superintendent of the ABCUSD, illegally retaliating against a principal for calling the cops on a teacher who was making violent threats towards other people. That teacher's name was Kevin Kirby, who happened to be my kindergarten teacher, the same kindergarten teacher who sexually molested me. I never told the authorities, and I never told anyone until I graduated and became an adult, because why would I trust the adults to do the right thing? I read the news, and I saw how Gary Smuts went out of his way to retaliate against a whistleblower. These people are long gone from the district, but these people were not one-off exceptions, and I'd bet my money that the same abuses are going on in this district today. You might be wondering what you can do about this, and I have a simple but radical policy suggestion, which is to allow students to secretly voice record teachers in classrooms. Because teachers lie all the time about what goes on. I'm a transgender woman, and I spent my entire time here in the closet because I knew I could not prove when half my teachers would make inappropriate comments about transgenders. If I had the power to prove what was said all the time, then I wouldn't have to go through these events, that traumatizing ordeal with people like Rodziokowski. And I'd like to add that it's legal to secretly record teachers in Colorado because it is a one-party recording consent state, and things are going fine there. If you do not implement this policy, then it will be worse off for you, because it is only a matter of time before the students under your ward realize that there's nothing really stopping them from doing what I did. At some point, another student is going to secretly record another teacher dropping some inappropriate rant, and that student might release it. If the teacher decides to sue the student, it'll cause a media backlash, and media from all parts of the political spectrum will once again storm our lives and stress everybody out. And I'm going to be honest, if that policy is not implemented, I may participate. I'm not famous by any means, but I have friends in medium places, and friends in think tanks or whatever, and I also make $90,000 a year in Denver with no children. I'm more than willing to blow a few $1,000s on a billboard or a bunch of mailers to publicize a story. But if you take away the teacher's right to sue by explicitly stating in your policies, I got like 30 more seconds, sorry. Can I go?
Finish your sentence.
If you take away the teacher's right to sue by explicitly stating in your policies that students are allowed to secretly record, then that escalation is a lot more controlled. And I'd like to say this by saying...
Thank you.
Okay.
That was a sentence. Someone from staff will be responding. Oh, okay.
Margaret Sato.
Actually, Saito.
Saito. Saito.
That's the extent of my Japanese. All right.
Mr. Nishi, members of the board, staff members, and community members. My name is Margaret Saito. I'm a community member, and I come here to, number one, thank Mr. Ishii for continued support of the Day of Remembrance. There are very few schools that do take this opportunity to remind the community at large of what happened to the Japanese Americans on the internment in World War II. So thank you again. The other topic, Santa Ana Unified School sent out notices to 200 teachers and staff to cover a $1,870,000 fiscal shortfall. That represents in terms $800,000 per school, 2.3 schools. Now we continue to be in declining enrollment environment, so we need to take every opportunity to evaluate every expenditure for possible savings, like the manual payroll. We need to look, how do you do your reports? How do you collect your data? Does somebody else have to transcribe it and put it into another form? You need to look, because we need to look for savings, any possible way, because most things are done electronically. They do it to a website. So there's no reason why there should be any manual transcription for reports. So you need to look at, first, number one, is that report necessary? Number two, if you have to do a report, how do you prepare it? Because you want to look for savings, okay, both in time and in money. that costs to prepare that report. Okay, so we need to really be physically responsible. Okay, and I want you to look at every discretionary expenditure that you have. Let's look at freezing hiring, okay? Because it's 800,000 for one school. So that's like 8 people that make 6-digit figures that we need to shed from the district, okay, in order to continue to maintain the schools. Freezing hiring, freezing out-of-state travel, things like that. You need to, the schools that were on that declining enrollment list, if they are still declining, what are they doing? Why aren't they doing something to improve the academic performance? You know, you need to get like the schools that are really excelling and do best practices. You may have to move principals, okay? But let's look, because you need to do something, because I know I went to those town halls, and you had a lot of upset parents with the very thought of closing a school. So this district needs to show that you took every step possible to keep the schools open, okay? So not only to cut expenses, but to improve the performance on all those schools that were on that list, okay? So at least you can say, hey, we tried. And that means really engaging parents. If they're not engaging the parents, it's not going to work. So you have to get the principals. You have to get all those parents that came to those meetings to say, hey, we care about the school. You know, we want to keep it open. Our kids love it. So what can we do to keep the school open? Okay, so you really need to really kind of like come up with a strategy. We don't have that much time, because I know the money is limited, and we're probably not going to get any bailouts from the state. So just please consider this. Thank you.
Thank you.
No further public comment.
Thank you. With the indulgence of the board, can I advance item 1.2A due to the audience members being here? Action item. Can I get a motion to advance?
So moved. Second.
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Okay, 1.2A. May I have a motion to approve committee member and student appointees to the board advisory committees?
I'll make a motion.
Second by Sophia.
Dr. Zietlow.
Thank you. We have a number of people that are here to be, that are being added. Some of them are unable to be with us, but if we have board members with people here, if you'd like to introduce them, please do so.
Hello. So yes, I have my appointees here. I believe there were 2 that were here earlier. They've now left for finance and audit. We had Nicholas Maddox, and for student transfer committee, we had Michael Reyes. I do have seated here with us strategic planning appointee, Mr. Brian Ferrer, and I would like to invite you to come speak to the board if you have time. Thank you so much for staying and your patience as we proceed through the meeting. Thank you.
Hi, good morning. Good evening, Board, President Nishi, Vice President Nayola, Board Clerk Yokoyama Bui, rest of the fellow board members, thank you for having me today. I'm excited to be appointed as on the Strategic Planning Committee by Yokoyama Bui. I'm excited for this appointment because this committee started 25 years ago, and I was actually the student rep appointed by former board member and President Armin Reyes. So I'm very excited to continue, come back to this committee and serve to ensure that we continue to provide a world-class education for our students. By profession, I'm a registered nurse, and I work with seniors right now, and so I'm very excited to be on the committee. Thank you, Board Clerk, for the appointment.
Thank you again. And thank you for coming to share with us.
Thank you, thank you.
For legislative policy, I have Danny Hom. Thank you for coming, Danny.
You're welcome.
Hello. If it pleases the board, I'll probably keep it brief, but good evening, board members, trustees, district staff, members of my community, and of course, president, vice president, and clerk. I am Danny Hom. I'm a resident of the city of Cerritos, and I am a graduate of public schools throughout my life, but most notably and formatively a graduate of ABC Unified Public Schools. I attended preschool in the district and carried that through to my graduation from one of our high schools, Whitney, and continue to remain interested in the matters of the district. It seems to me that it would be a great privilege to be appointed to this legislative body that I know is tasked with gathering and synthesizing important information about how to make this district serve its constituents well and serve those with most need in the way that is best for them. I don't make any claim to have more insight than any of the people in the community around me, but I have been interested for a long time in the work of policy, have a background having done some work for the state, and have a particular interest in education issues, and have worked under a superintendent some time ago of a much larger urban school district. Most of all, I'd really ground myself in knowledge of the folks around me and the kind of folks who I understand to depend on this school doing its best to meet the challenges of the legal environment and the years ahead. I think that I could be a voice that adds value, and I appreciate being asked to be here tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Danny. And I would like to share some words from Michael Reyes for Student Transfer Committee. Again, he did have to leave. He had another obligation. Thank you for allowing me to serve the community in the Student Transfer Board Advisory Committee. I am a proud product of the City of Cerritos and the ABC Unified School System, attending Cerritos Elementary, Carmenita Middle School, and graduating from Cerritos High School in 2019. And so much of who I am is to my teachers, coaches, and administrative staff along the way. I am glad I can give back to the community that raised me. I'm a recent graduate from the California State University Maritime Academy with a degree in international strategy and security. I plan on pursuing an MPA and have been using my gap year to be a community organizer and give back to my community. I also wanted to say that this is a special moment for me. I am standing on the shoulders of giants who have paved the way before me. And one of those giants happened to be my father. I grew up watching the previous board president, the Honorable Mr. Armin Reyes, tirelessly work for the students and faculty. I also watched when his seat was empty, but not vacant, as he was serving his country in the Middle East. And I am grateful that I can follow in his footsteps. So thank you for preparing that, Michael. And I also do have a statement from my appointee for Diversity, Unity, and Equity Committee, Miss Julie McIntosh. Julie is currently serving her 17th year as a high school counselor and 9th year at Mayfair High School. Julie McIntosh brings extensive experience in academic, college, career, and social emotional counseling, as well as a passion for helping students reach their goals. Julie holds a master's degree in counseling psychology with her PPS school counseling credential from USC and a bachelor's degree in psychology from UCLA, where she played softball and soccer. Julie is a two-time national champion in NCAA softball and a two-time CIF softball champion at nearby Cerritos High School. Julie enjoys building rapport with her students, supporting and empowering them, and celebrating their successes. Personally, Julie is a high school counselor at University High School in Irvine for 8 years, she was, prior to starting at Mayfair, while also serving as the varsity softball coach all 8 of those years and varsity soccer coach for 4 years. Julie continues her adventures in sports with her 2 sons, who play baseball, soccer, basketball, and flag football, and is looking forward to her 18-month-old daughter starting her journey into sports or dance or whatever she loves. And when we get a chance at the next meeting, I would love to share about my appointee, Nicholas Maddox, as well. So again, I would like to thank all my appointees for very enthusiastically accepting their appointments and applying. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Board Clerk Bui. Vice President Noyola?
Yes, thank you. I have an appointee for the Diversity, Unity, and Equity. Her name is Yvette Avina. Just a little background. Yvette is, thank you. Yvette is raised in Hawaiian Gardens. She attended Artesia High School, graduated. She will be representing me on the Diversity, Unity, and Equity, and I think she'll be a great asset to that. As a alumni and also an EL counselor, she will bring a voice to what the students' needs are and be able to echo what we all want to do here is, uplift the students that are in most need. So I think Yvette Avina is the person for the job. So
Thank you. Board Member Tse?
Thank you, President. I have two replaces strategic planning. Pamela Lee actually resigned due to the conflict. She is newly Cerritos City attorney. So then I have two people because sometimes I know some of my, I'm trying to get my committee member to show the meeting as much as I can. So for this one, I decided to have two. So one is, I do have the alternate Gary Watanabe. Gary, you want to come up to? Gary is really funny thing about Gary. He's graduated from USC. The wife is UCLA, so they have constantly have a little conflict there. They have different flag in front of the house. There's my friend. He's in the trustee area 5. Go ahead, it's yours.
Thank you for inviting me today, and a little bit about myself. I'm only going to spend 1 minute. I've been a resident of this beautiful city of Cerritos for the past 22 years. I am married with 2 daughters. My older daughter graduated from Cerritos High School in 2022, and my younger daughter is currently a senior at Cerritos High School, and she's a varsity on the basketball team, and I think they'll find out on Saturday if where they'll be playing for the first round of CIF. Let's see. And I retired last year in a 30-year career in corporate finance. So, having to do month-end closes, I don't, I'm so glad I don't do those anymore. And I think the next phase of my retirement, because last year I just did everything about just me and just not doing anything else, and I think that this next phase is all about doing things for others, and this board assignment will be the first step, and I look forward to it as an alternate, and learning and seeing what I can do for the city, even though my kids aren't going to be here anymore, but I still like to see the improvement of the school board, and not the school board, but then the schools itself. So that's it.
Thank you.
Thank you. He was my appointee before, Watanabe's. And I have another one, which is Nails Tama Rocks. He is actually, I met him on the Neighborhood Watch. And good thing about him, when I asked him to help with the district, he told me he worked in a hotel, hospitality things. So I said, why don't you join our foundation? And I just checked with our former president, Ms. Olympia Chen. I say, how is that guy? And, oh yeah, she's good. He's good. He contributed a lot. So I brought him back with Gary together. I think that will be really a big thing for our city, for our district too. And they do involve a lot of things. Nails has involved a lot of local area. Once again, he is our foundation members now. He has a lot of extensive experience in building teams, improving efficiency, and fostering collaboration. He's dedicated to the education and community service. So, like I said, serving as the treasurer of Friends of the First CEB, the secretary of the COC Foundation. So, they're both going to be talking to each other, and if Neo cannot come, and definitely Gary will replace that. So that will help our district here. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Gary. Sorry to have you stay so long.
So do we have any public comments on these appointments?
I see no public comment.
Great. Is there any board discussion about these appointees? But board members, you?
Well, I just want to say thank you for stepping up to serve the community, and especially Gary, your next, step of life to serve the community. Well, ABC has a lot of work to do, so thank you so much for joining us, and congratulations, as the other two members as well.
Thank you. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none, motion passes. Can I have a motion to approve the consent calendar?
So moved by Sophia.
Second.
Does anybody wish to remove any item on the consent calendar? Great. Is there any public comment on the public consent calendar?
I see no public comment.
Great. Call for a vote. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any no? Hearing none, the motion passes. Item 3.3A, can I have a motion to adopt a resolution 24-15 proclaiming April 7th, 2025 School Student Recognition Day?
So moved.
Second by Sophia.
Dr. Castro.
Hello. Thank you, Board President Nishii. In regards to the recognition for our adult students, I know it's dated for April. We thought we would get ahead of it and make sure that we approved it now, so we could honor our adult students who are continuing their education. And we want to encourage the adults in our community to continue to come to our adult school, increase our attendance, enjoy our CTE pathways and various vocational activities that are available to them at the adult school.
Can we pick a passage that you think is very important out of this resolution? And why we should pass this?
I think it's number 4.
Item number 4? I can read
Yeah,
it.
I mean, would you like me to read it, or do you
Yes,
want to read it?
please.
Yeah, item number 4 is probably,
The most important one?
okay, yes.
And what does it say?
Whereas public school adult education programs provide learning opportunities to adults in citizenship, health and fitness, English as a second language, adult basic education, high school diploma courses, career technical education, parent education, and home economics.
Thank you. Are there any public comments on this item?
I see none.
Do we have any board comments on this item? Seeing none, we're all lifetime learners. I think this is a very important resolution, so I am very proud and hope that this passes. So I'm calling for a vote. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Oh, I'm sorry. Would you like to put a comment? Go ahead and put a comment then. I didn't see that.
Sorry about that, President President Nishi.
Got used to that, didn't you?
I did visit ABC Adult School
Yes.
for GED, and I even visited the class.
Yes.
And it was packed. Our ABC GED class was packed, and they were all adults in their 30s, 20s and 30s, and studying. Their eyes were beaming. I spoke a little bit in Spanish to communicate, but it was just so awesome to see, these adults trying to seek GED. Because once you get your GED, then you can go on to City College, and the ABC Adult School, the staff were just so enthusiastic about supporting, and it's just an awesome program. They have online classes, they provide the tests, and so forth. And there's other career paths too, so.
Thank you. So with all that great discussion, I'd like to call for a vote. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any nays? The motion passes unanimously. Thank you. Item 4.3A, can I have a motion to approve a public hearing and adopt resolution 24-16 to increase the statutory school fees imposed on new residential and commercial/industrial development projects pursuant to Education Code 17620. Motion?
Motion.
Second.
Mr. Nguyen.
Thank you, President Nishi. Good evening. Once every 2 years, the State Allocation Board approved a new rate that school districts can charge for developer fees, both residential and commercial rate. The last time ABC assessed a new rate was in the year 2020, so that was 4 years ago. So we actually skipped one chance of increasing the rate. We usually do it every 4 years instead of every 2. So tonight, after we have retained a consultant to conduct what we call a justification study to assess the new rate, and has been just that the district can assess the new rate approved by the state allocation board. After the board approve it tonight, we will notify surrounding cities and of the new rate, and it will be in effect 30 days after tonight. So the new rate for residential rate, the recommendation is going to be 517 from 408, and for commercial be 84 cents from 66 cents.
Thank you, Mr. Nguyen. Is there any public comment?
None, no public comment.
Thank you. Is there any board comment? Board Member Tse.
Tuan, two questions here. When you say commercial rate, is this nonprofit, like a Korean school, Chinese school, is also under this facility? No, it's a different one, right?
Right, yeah. Residential would be like a home for you to live in. Commercial would be like a commercial facility, like a restaurant, like a hotel. So
How much you collected last time, in the past?
So it fluctuates and every year, right? Depends on the activities going on with constructions. But the average for the last 5 years is about $512,000.
What?
So that's the average.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Hearing no further comments, I'm going to close this public session. Can I get a vote?
So moved by Sophia.
Second.
Oh, we moved already.
Actually, you're
This
just
is a
taking it right.
question.
I was just going to call for a vote
Call
then.
for the vote.
Why not? So all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any nays? The motion passes unanimously. Information items, committee member appointments to the Citizens Oversight Committee. Also, Mr. Nguyen.
Thank you, President Ishii. This is just information item for the board and the public. We had Measure BB that was passed by the voters in November 2018. In March of 2019, the board approved and formed the Citizen Oversight Committee as required by law to appoint members to the committee, and their charge is to oversee, the expenditures of Measure BB to ensure that it's in compliance with what the voters approve. The law also indicated that the members of the COC serve a term of 2 years, and it can't not exceed 3 executive terms. So we do have 5 members that have served since 2019, since the inception of the committee, and now by law they have to be rotate off. So we will be, after tonight, tomorrow, advertising the opening in the local paper on the district website. There's an application process where we will invite everyone who qualify to apply. And if we have more than one qualified applicant that apply, what we did in the past is that we would ask a student just to draw the names, from a hat. So that's the fairest way. You have to qualify into each category. So the category we have open would be a member who have to be a senior citizen, part of a senior citizen organizations. Also a member who's in an active taxpayer organizations, and also a parent or guardian of a child enrolled in the school districts. So those are the 3 categories, and we have up to 5 opening within those 3 categories.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Board Member Tse.
So board can recommend, right? The board can recommend the people and community member who qualify those 3 items here, and then again, we still have the lotto, right?
Yes, anyone who qualified, they don't even need a recommendation, can apply to serve on the committee. So any community members who live within the residents of ABC can apply. But you have to qualify. For example, you have to be in the category number 3, an active in a senior citizen organization. So we have to vet that and ask for proof of that, or a member of a taxpayer organization association.
Are we going to put out the local news ad Are you going to put some ads on it?
Yes, ma'am.
People see that we're doing the fair things and allow the public to know that the seats are open.
That is correct. We will do that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. So any senior persons who are members of a senior citizen group, any persons a member of a taxpaying group or a parent group, please apply right away. All right, board members' reports. All right, Board Clerk Bowie.
On January 22nd, 2025, I attended Cerritos against Whitney Varsity's boys basketball game at Cerritos High School. There was tremendous effort by both of our ABC teams, and the crowd was electric. On January 24, 2025, I attended ABC's Family Creativity Night with famed author Peter H. Reynolds at Artesia High School. The night featured a book reading by Mr. Reynolds, as well as thoughtfully designed creativity stations meant to spark creativity for students and parents and guardians. On January 25, 2025, I attended ABC's 10th Annual Ed Tech Symposium, Ignite at Cerritos High School. Mr. Reynolds, the author from Family Creativity Night, was the keynote speaker. He shared his animated film, He Was Me, which is searchable on YouTube. It is a moving reminder to never forget the child in you, as well as to remember what it's like to be a kid when engaging with our own youth. The symposium was attended by educators from over 40 districts. I attended sessions taught by educators, including AI and the art of writing, as well as a session taught by Cerritos High School's Mr. Madison. And I want to read the title because it called to me, and I found the session very valuable. Teens actually love reading, and books aren't dead. Reignite their passion for extensive reading with goal setting and accountability tools. And he has the data shown, informed data, that the kids are reading, so his kids are. On January 27, 2025, I attended Leal Elementary's Lunar New Year Assembly. Students enjoyed a dragon and lion dance performance with live musical accompaniment by Xing Wei, Qing, Xing Wei, USA, Orange County's premier troupe since 2018. On January 29, 2025, I attended the ABC Legislative Policy Board Advisory Committee meeting. On January 31st, I attended Stowers Elementary's Theater Arts Program's William Shakespeare's A Midsummer's Night Dream, featuring 41 K through 6th grade students. Some of them, it was their first time performing on stage in that capacity. Directed by Erwin Tuan and associate directed by Lovell Lekegan. Before the show, I was happy to have a discussion with Principal Miller about the growing dual immersion program at Stowers. On February 1st, I attended Leal Elementary's family-friendly Leal Palooza, along with a few of my fellow school board members. And last but not least, I enjoyed visits to the district office as well as to Tetzlaff and Haskell. At Tetzlaff Accelerated Learning Academy, Principal Summers shared the unique programs including Strength and Conditioning, Science Center, and Marching Band, as well as the CTE pathways including Introduction to Medical Career and Film. At Haskell STEM Academy, Principal Gutierrez shared the focus on mental and emotional health of the students, as well as the innovative programs her multi-talented teachers and staff have initiated, including CTE pathways for business management and film. I was also treated to a beautiful song by their chorus group. I am once again pleasantly awestruck by the work our ABC administration, teachers, and staff are contributing at our schools to give our students the best education. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Rios.
Thank you. A few things, just want to reiterate again the importance of culture and belonging and being seen and being valued, and how that is completely tied to achievement. And so we cannot forget the importance that that has at each of our school sites in our efforts to, again, improve achievement for all students. Two, I know last board meeting we had a lady invite us to CABE. I don't know if our district participates, but in light of the fact that we talked a lot about English learners, and I know that CABE's main focus is to highlight programs that do in fact work and give positive outcomes for English learners and all students in general. I know that we're being given a free pass for that Friday, and hopefully some of us can attend, but I hope our staff absolutely attends. I attended GAR's open house, and that was kind of fun because I get to attend both as a parent and as a board member. And I especially really enjoyed seeing all the action that was happening there. But I walked into the media center to visit my son's history teacher, and just so happened to be that they were sharing space with the Model UN, something that I've always wanted to see. It was kind of hard because there were dual events happening, but yeah, wow, those kids really, really impressed me. I want to end my report with reading the message that Dr. Zitlo sent out and reiterate to our families. We know our communities are struggling right now. There is a real, genuine concern. And so I want to remind all our families that here at ABC, I'll just highlight the 3 areas from the message that was sent on January 22nd, that we do have policies in place, that we do not discriminate, that all our students are welcome to our schools, that our schools are safe. We do not ask for immigration status or collect social security numbers, and no one, we're not going to, say one group or another. No one is allowed to come onto our campuses and just enter freely. We need judicial court orders in place. There are ways that we're going to be safeguarding our students, and that absolutely no information is shared about any of our students, again, without proper, or without a court order. And we do not share information such as immigration status or, again, social security numbers. And I'll say that in Spanish to our families that are listening. Wow, we all struggle when it comes to and our translator just left. Darn. Nuestra superintendente mandó un mensaje el 22 de enero acertando que en nuestras escuelas no hay discriminación. Todos los estudiantes están invitados a venir a nuestras escuelas, están bienvenidos en todas nuestras escuelas, todos los estudiantes. Nuestras escuelas son unos lugares seguros. Ahí nadie puede entrar sin una orden de corte, y eso incluye personas con uniforme o no uniforme. También nosotros no les pedimos información a nuestras familias acerca de el seguro social o qué estatus inmigratorio tienen. Eso no es parte de algo que es necesario para asistir a nuestras escuelas, y protegemos la seguridad y la privacidad. Así es que si hay información que tenemos, no deberíamos de tener cosas como seguro social, pero no importa la información que tenemos, esa información es protegida. Ojalá, como el presidente Nishi dijo antes, si hay cosas que les preocupan, por favor, no llamen a las escuelas, hablen con los directores. Si ahí no tienen la respuesta que necesitan, llamen aquí al distrito y alguien les va a ayudar. Pero por favor, sepan que nosotros también estamos muy preocupados y vamos a asegurar que sus hijos sigan recibiendo la mejor educación posible. Thank you. That ends my report.
Thank you. Vice President Noyola.
Thank you, President Nishi. I just wanted to start by thanking Clerk Yokoyama Bui for inviting me to Leo Palooza. I had a great time this Saturday, volunteering with the carnival games and, seeing the kids run and have fun. My second note, I just wanted to also echo what Dr. Olga Rios and Superintendent Dr. Zitlo mentioned. Here at ABC, we celebrate diversity, we celebrate different cultures, we celebrate different values. And even looking at this board, we are a representation of our students. And it's safe to say that all of us here are either related or sons of or daughters to immigrants, and we have a responsibility to protect every single student. And like Ernie mentioned, we can't just say that. We have to show that. And I think showing allyship, I want to thank Mr. Scott Smith and his team for putting together all the resources on our website. And I think for us, staff, community, we have to educate ourselves on how we can support, how we can help one another and make families feel safe. I know yesterday all across the county, all across the state, there's been demonstrations and protests about, the mass deportations, and even our students are trying to voice that concern. And I think we need to show them that we are there for them. So, thank you.
Thank you. Board Member Tse.
We do have this article translated different language than posted on our website, right? Okay, thank you. So for me, I attended Gar High School Filipino student performance. I love the bamboo dance. I said, one of this day I'm going to go up the stage and but I'm so afraid my leg's going to be. But anyway, so I attend that. It was a really great show. I also attending Star Wars Principal Pamela line dance show that day. Me and little Sophia, we had the red envelope, so we tried to feed the lion. Guess what happened? I didn't know that was Pamela did. She was one did a lion dance. So I give the money to her, and later on, she opened it up and said, "Oh wow, it was Pamela. She did a great job." So and then I went back and I went to the Rouse Middle School award night, like President Mr. Nishii mentioned about. It was really fun. He and I were gonna rotate it back and forth. We give the award to the student, and we see the parents so happy. One of the thing, Amanda, right, the principal, he mentioned that the beginning when they were not doing good. By the time towards the 7th grade, they started improving it. So it went from 3.0 to 3.5, and some students get 4.0. There were lots of kids improving a lot. So I'm so glad to see that. We also attending a Leo Elementary School. It was like, I only be there like 20 minutes. I have to go to another event. So then I went to Gar High School open house. And then I ended up again back to the Star Wars for the show. And I was told from kindergarten, I go all the way up. So I said, one more year, my little Lucas will join with them too, because he loves to play. So, being board member here at ABC is a lot of things. I mean, we go see a lot of it. We visit the school, and we travel to place and place. The life's busy, but again, the always end of the day is happy. I enjoy every show. I enjoy watching kids. I enjoy talk to principal. I enjoy talk to staff here, because we are like a family here. Yeah.
Thank you. Board Member Yu.
Thank you, President Nishi. I immigrated to America when I was 8 years old, and as an immigrant child, I never had the choice. My parents never asked me if I wanted to immigrate to America. We're here, and I'm here. And that's how immigrants are. And especially when you come as a child. And I really pray and hope that both sides of lawmakers, bipartisan, work together for Americans and make a pathway for dreamers. Dreamers are DACA children, students, to receive legal status towards citizenship. Especially as American, taxpayers have invested and provided 12 years plus 4 years of college education to these students. And our nation is in need of strengthening our workforce, especially in California. Seems like the pendulum swings from one extreme to the other extreme. 4 years of open border, and now we are faced with poisoning of America with fentanyl. And I heard this on Senate hearing this morning, and it was so encouraging to hear both side of the party, senators coming together to solve this problem. We have over 100,000 young Americans dying every year from fentanyl. And if there's over 100,000 Americans dying, that is serious. That is mass destruction. And this number is higher than Americans dying from the war of Korean War, World War II, and Vietnam War. I mean, this is serious. And I provided article which was published by Press Telegram. And this is another newspaper, and I provided to my colleagues, fellow board members, that in Center for Disease Control, this is like 2023. Prevention, a new report by FAF. California ranks #1 in the nation for fentanyl-related death in 2021. And I know that this gentleman, this picture, you know, his son died of a fentanyl overdose, and he put billboards through southern, freeways to let the people know, aware of the danger of fentanyl. And he did spend his, all his time in researching and found out the fentanyl, the source, it comes from China through the southern border. And this is a fact, and this was the discussion that was discussed during the Senate hearing. And it's not a, party issue. This is where Americans must come together, because our nation need us to unite and work together for our American children and for the future. And so I hope that, you wanted to inform my colleagues. And I know that our district is always on top of things, really appreciate it. And I know that last year that we were provided with a Narcan. Is it Narcan? Narcan. And our staff were being trained. But I also like to bring to the board in the future to agendize or something so that our district, because the two parents who came to testify were Jamie Puerta, who lost his son from fentanyl, and they were saying how they were the children bought the fentanyl through Snapchat, and the social media companies have to now own up to some of these and allow the parents to sue social media platforms, because children as young as 13, 14, they can order fentanyl like ordering pizza. And so I think that it would be a great idea to have a film as part of like a health class or something to show throughout our district, to inform and teach our children as well as parents. Because I remember in middle school, that was during, in the 70s, the heroin and cocaine, that was pretty heavy. And I watched the film, and that was pretty powerful. It stuck with me. And I think that something like that, educational, because the children don't know the danger of fentanyl. Small dose of fentanyl can be deadly. So I would like to bring that up. And that is and closing, I do want to share my condolence to the fire victims. The whole city was just gone. The whole city in Malibu and Pacific Palisades, and also to the family through the airplane crash. So that is all. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Board Member Yu. Announcements, special study session, Tuesday, February 18th at 6 p.m., District Board room. Please come, it's going to be important. It's about the budget. Next regular board meeting will be Tuesday, March 4th, 2025, 7 p.m., District Board Office. Committee meetings include the Citizens Oversight Committees, Tuesday, February 11th, 2025, 6 p.m. So right after that one, then you go to the Tea with the Trustee, District Conference Room. Diversity, Unity, Equity Committee, due. Board Advisory Committee, Wednesday, February 12th at 5:30 p.m., District Board Office. Strategic Planning Board Advisory Committee, Tuesday, February 25th at 5:30, District Board Office. Legislative Policy Board Advisory Committee, Wednesday, February 26th at 6:30, District Conference Room. The Finance and Audit Board Advisory Committee, Thursday, February 27th at 6 p.m., also in our conference room. Days to remember. Don't come to school these days, right? February 10th, 2025, Lincoln's Day. Don't come. It's a local holiday. President's Day, legal holiday for everybody, federal and state. February 17th, 2025. Second public comment section. Clerk Yokoyama Bui.
I see none.
Thank you. Can I have a motion for adjournment?
So moved by Sophia.
Second.
Thank you. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
We are adjourned.